Chapter 398 Deity Overlord Realm. The lightning tribulation slowly dissipated, and the sky became clear again. Ling Xiao calmly looked at the shattered mountains and earth. There was no joy in his eyes. Instead, there was a trace of gloominess. If his guess was right, the aura that chased River Feather out of the city and hid at the foot of the mountain should belong to Qiu Qinghan. However, although she had luck, she didn't have any vitality. It was really strange. The divine envoys of the Saint sect had already arrived at the four borders. Could it be that Qiu Qinghan was from the Saint sect? But wasn't her cultivation a little too low? However, River Feather was already dead, and the news that he was a demon would soon spread through the western borders. It would be enough to keep the Saint sect busy for a while. However, there wasn't much time left for Ling Xiao. The divine envoys had appeared to search for traces of the demon. The Saint sect's next step was to send experts to kill the true demon. As for River Feather's identity from his memories, Ling Xiao already knew about it. Back then, this prince of the great Qin Empire was born with an immortal aura protecting him. The Qin Emperor saw him as the next emperor of the great Qin Empire. However, at that time, the great Qin Empire was in turmoil. Hence, for safety's sake, the Qin Emperor secretly sent him out of the palace. Only a few of his trusted aides knew where he went. The Pill Emperor was a famous god emperor expert of the great Qin Empire. His alchemy skills were incredible, and he had the same status as Ling Xiao's mother in the eastern borders. River Feather was his personal disciple. However, the heavens didn't fulfill his wishes. When River Feather reached adulthood, he should have returned to the great Qin Empire to inherit the throne. Who would have thought that a traitor in the imperial court would find out about this and set up a shocking scheme? Not only did they kill the Qin Emperor, but they also exposed the Pill Emperor's deepest secret, a heaven and earth spiritual flame. The Pill Emperor didn't belong to any sect and lived in seclusion. Hence, he was destined to be less of a threat. Enemies chased after him, and experts surrounded him. River Feather's master was decisive. He used his lifetime's cultivation to seal the heaven and earth spiritual flame in River Feather's body. He also gave the ancient ring that represented his identity to River Feather. Xiao Beifa, the Qin Emperor's sworn brother, was the great Qin Empire's general. He was River Feather's only chance to make a comeback. And 3 years was more than enough time for River Feather to escape from the sight of his enemies. It was also enough time for Xiao Beifeng to lead his army back and exterminate his treacherous subjects. Everything was flawless. However, Pill Emperor would never have dreamed that there would be a transmigrator in this world. Now that River Feather was dead, the spirit fire and the ancient ring that symbolized his identity had both fallen into Ling Xiao's hands. No one knew who he was. Even the current ruler of the Great Qin, Empress Wu Shuang, had only heard of this cousin but had never seen him in person. Thus, Ling Xiao's opportunity had arrived. However, the only thing that Ling Xiao was unsure of was whether the Empress was willing to give up her imperial power. After all, in this world, it was very difficult for someone to truly abdicate their position. In the western frontier, there were 8 dynasties. However, it was divided into the upper 4 dynasties and the lower 4 dynasties. According to Ling Xiao's knowledge, the Qin dynasty was ranked second among the 4 upper dynasties. In other words, the internal strife of the Qin dynasty did not reduce its national strength. It was even said that when the empress of the Qin dynasty quelled the internal strife, she was decisive in killing. She was proficient in demonic arts and frequently transformed grass into soldiers to slaughter the enemy. Of course, such rumors were mostly spread among the people. Cultivators naturally knew that those were not demonic arts. Most likely, they were some strange and illusory arts. However, from this, it could be seen that Qin Wu Shuang was not an ordinary person. Would a woman who led an army to conquer the world obediently return the dynasty to someone else? Ling Xiao did not believe it. However, he could give up on the dynasty. However, how could he give his cousin to someone else? In that case, What did it matter who was sitting on the throne? He. It seems that I have to quickly clean up the mess in the Great Xia and meet that Empress Wushuang. Ling Xiao raised the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with coldness. Ning Tiance was still waiting for his orders in the Cloud Fong City. When the battle in the north started, Emperor Zhou would definitely not let him be trapped in the imperial capital. At that time, he would seize the opportunity to take down the Zhou dynasty. With the Great Xia and Zhou dynasty in his hands, who would dare to oppose him? However, the dragon vein of the Great Xia, now the 9-dragon sky prison formation, had 2 dragons as the eyes. Although it could not kill an emperor god, it was enough to resist an attack from an emperor god. The divine emissary of the holy sect must have noticed the traces of the demons in the western border. Ling Xiao was waiting for an opportunity to lure him out. Only then could he investigate the background of the holy sect and the hidden secrets of the holy sect. In the 100,000 mountains of the northern border, in the territory of the 9-tailed fox clan, a black-clothed figure descended from the sky and stood in front of the green hill. Behind her, a burly man with patterns all over his body followed closely. His aura had reached the 9th grade Divine King realm. Kinyu, this is where the 9-tailed fox clan is. So, the princess of the Heavenly Fox clan was once the servant of the divine master of the holy sect. She was banished to the clan 200 years ago and never appeared again? The black-clothed figure frowned slightly. There seemed to be a demon flame flickering in her long and narrow, beautiful eyes. That's right. This is not a secret. The entire demon clan of the northern border knows about it. However, the 9-tailed fox clan has always been in seclusion. Not only has the princess never appeared, but the disciples of the clan also rarely appear. Is that so? Send someone to guard this place. If any of the 9-tailed foxes appear, capture them immediately. Yes, in the imperial palace of the Great Xia dynasty, Emperor Xia gloomily looked at the many courtiers in front of him. His expression was ugly. He, the Great Xia dynasty's prince consort, Riveryu, was a demon. There was no way he could hide this fact. Although Riveryu escaped with serious injuries, it was a fact that he had killed the second prince of Great Qi. Now, not to mention forming an alliance with Great Qi, the 2 dynasties would most likely be at war in a few days. Tell me, what should we do about this? Emperor Xia coldly shouted. However, the courtiers in the palace remained silent. Speak as if you are a hammer. He is already dead. You can either give up your territory or kill him. Buzz. Just as the atmosphere in the palace was becoming more and more oppressive, the void suddenly shattered. Ling Xiao's figure flew out and stood above the palace. My lord! Emperor Xia's body trembled. He hurriedly stood up and gave up the throne. My lord, how is it? Can that demon be killed? If Riveryu was killed, this matter would be simple. However, if that demon escaped, Great Qi would definitely use this as an excuse to make trouble for him. That demon's aura has already matured. He has many experts by his side. His methods are extremely terrifying. He even developed his natal devil flame. He managed to escape. Ling Xiao fiercely gnashed his teeth. His face was filled with killing intent. What? Emperor Xia's body trembled. He suddenly realized that compared to Great Qi's attack, his lowly life seemed to be more important. Even this heavenly sovereign was unable to kill that demon and his subordinates. Once that demon made a comeback, hiss! My lord! What should we do now? Why are you panicking? Do you still have the dragon talisman I left for you? In a few days, I will leave Great Xia and conquer the world. I will also search for that demon's tracks. However, before that, I will set up some measures here. As long as he dares to come, I will definitely kill him. Ling Xiao coldly shouted. Only then did the panic on Emperor Xia's face dissipate a little. Fortunately, my lord is here. Otherwise, my Great Xia would have been destroyed. Chapter 399. Sir, the dragon talisman is here. The Xia Emperor took out a golden dragon talisman from his bosom and respectfully handed it to Ling Xiao. Bring me to the dragon vein of the great Xia. I want to use this spirit vein to set up the ancient 9 dragons' heaven confinement formation. Ling Xiao's expression was calm, but the eyes of Emperor Xia and the others hardened. What a cruel formation! Just the name of the formation sounded impressive. If it could even trap the heavens, why would it be afraid of a demon? Sir, please follow me. Emperor Xia hurriedly led Ling Xiao to a steep mountain in the depths of the palace. Sir, this is the dragon vein of the great Xia. There is a dragon confinement formation set up by our ancestor. Emperor Xia stood at the foot of the mountain and looked at the golden talisman with respect. Oh, you are too narrow-minded. The foundation of the dynasty lies in the people. If the people prosper, the dynasty will prosper. If the dragon is trapped here, how can it protect the world? Ling Xiao's words made Emperor Xia's face change instantly. What the Lord said made a lot of sense. Ever since he was young, his ancestors had taught him that water could carry a boat, but it could also capsize it. If he were to become an emperor in the future, he would have to prioritize the people. The dragon vein was sealed and could only focus on what was in front of him. How could it be of any use? No wonder Xia Yong's family was wiped out by him. It was because they did not have the protection of the dragon luck. Sir, what should we do? Don't worry. This vein has been trapped for too long. There is no spiritual energy left, only evil energy. I will capture this vein and put it in the ancient dragon vein left by your ancestor, Xiaqin. However, it will take a long time to revive the ancient dragon vein. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and the 2 dragon talismans appeared in his hand. At the same time, a terrifying dragon aura suddenly appeared in the sky and suppressed the dragon vein until it showed signs of collapsing. It's the ancient dragon holy aura. Emperor Xia's face changed, and his eyes were filled with excitement. He had felt this aura once in the ancestral land of the Xia family. It was a ceremony held when the Xia family's geniuses came of age. The ancient dragon holy aura. So, the ancient dragon holy aura in the dragon talisman of the great Xia dynasty. Later, I will tear off the golden talisman and take control of this ancient dragon vein. You go and capture that great Xia dragon vein for me. As a deity overlord, Ling Xiao might not be able to capture the dragon vein easily. At that time, if something were to go wrong, it would inevitably arouse the suspicions of the Xia Emperor. This idiot Bo Yi had already prostrated himself before him. The reason why Ling Xiao didn't plant a soul imprint on him was because this thief would definitely have a gloomy temperament. Who knew if there were any defensive artifacts in his soul sea? Furthermore, that first prince had yet to appear. From River Feather's memories, Ling Xiao could roughly guess that Xia Feng's template should be the extremely powerful type. Thus, he had no choice but to be cautious. If he was from this realm, it would be fine. However, if he was from the upper realm, his methods would definitely be terrifying. Although the ancient soul assimilation technique was a forbidden technique, who the hell knew if there were any similar techniques in the upper realm? As villains, of course they had to be extremely cautious. All right. Emperor Xia didn't doubt him. Outside his body, a surge of emperors might surged and turned into a golden radiance. It was as if the shadow of a dragon had materialized above his head. At this moment, Ling Xiao waved his hand and formed a seal in the air. With a palm strike, he tore off the golden talisman from the dragon vein. Boom! In just an instant, the originally deathly still mountain suddenly shattered, letting out an ear-piercing dragon roar. Then, Ling Xiao saw a golden dragon rushing into the sky as if it was trying to escape. Get down! Emperor Xia took a step forward and his figure soared into the sky. The spiritual energy around his body converged into a palm strike and fiercely pressed down on the illusory dragon vein. Boom! The full-powered strike of a fifth-grade god-emperor naturally contained the might of heaven and earth. This was especially true in front of this lord from the upper realm. Emperor Xia had even pushed his bloodline's spiritual energy to the limit. Wow! The spiritual seal turned into a dragon. This was the famous cultivation technique of the Xia clan, the true dragon divine seal. In midair, the two dragon shadows collided with each other. At this moment, heaven and earth shattered like a mirror, and the space rippled endlessly for thousands of miles. In Dragon Fortune City, everyone looked at the dragon shadow that fell from midair with a strong sense of shock in their eyes. Boom! The great Xia dragon vein fell from midair, and its 300-meter tall body instantly dimmed. Emperor Xia stood with his hands behind his back. His golden robe fluttered in the wind, and his majesty was unparalleled. Not bad. You should retreat. This sovereign will place the dragon talisman here to evolve the ancient dragon's sacred vein and protect the fate of the great Xia Empire. Ling Xiao said indifferently, taking advantage of the weakened state of the dragon vein. He directly stored it into his realm. Emperor Xia only bowed and did not say anything. However, the moment he turned around, a glaring trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. F***CK. Acting cool was indeed quite satisfying, but it was easy to die. If he was not wearing the Great Xia Empire's true Dragon Dao armor, he was afraid that the attack from the dragon vein would have injured his internal organs. Looking at Emperor Xia, who was leaving in a hurry, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a smile. His figure flashed and disappeared from where he was. Buzz! In the realm, Ling Xiao stood in the void and looked at the third dragon vein that fell into the mountain range with a calm expression. 3 of the 9 veins had been gathered, and the world had been transformed. The originally barren land was now covered with green grass. There were also fish playing in the river and green prawns floating in the water. It was a scene full of vitality. However, what made Ling Xiao slightly disappointed was that after Hua Hua merged with the sacred dragon blood essence, her cultivation had broken through to the 5th grade divine general, but she still could not transform and speak. Of course, the more terrifying the bloodline of a demon beast, the harder it was to transform. Ling Xiao understood this principle. Therefore, this was probably the reason why Hua Hua was still a dragon and not a hot pot. Buzz! With a thought, Ling Xiao appeared on the 3rd floor of the demon's suppressing pagoda. But now, Folded Shadow was in charge of training the death servants, and Wunya and Miyong had turned into a treasure hunting team wandering around the eastern border. So this pagoda seemed much more spacious. But it seemed like the 4th floor could be opened. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes, summoned the golden puppet, and walked toward the entrance of the 4th floor. With his current divine overlord cultivation, ordinary divine kings were nothing to worry about. But this pagoda had a mysterious origin and sealed ancient demons. Who knew what was on the 4th floor? As thousands of ripples appeared on the spiritual array, Ling Xiao stepped out and instantly appeared on the 4th floor. A thunder sun rose above his head, illuminating the entire space as bright as day. But, however, to his surprise, the 4th level was completely empty, and there wasn't a single speck of devilish chi or devilish shadow in the slightest. Another illusion? Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes. One of his eyes turned into a blood moon, and the other into night. But even so, the 4th floor was still empty. Could it be that the demonic creature in this pagoda has been completely refined? The item on the 4th floor has been taken away by someone. At this moment, a familiar and crisp voice suddenly came from behind him. Ling Xiao turned and looked at Feng Ling in confusion. Item? What item? Who took it away? I don't know. Back then, I couldn't pass through the 9th floor. I only remember that an unfamiliar aura entered the pagoda and took away the item on the 4th floor. Feng Ling's expression was a little blank, but Ling Xiao was deep in thought. Could it be Fan? That shouldn't be. That guy was just an ant until he died. It was impossible for him to reach the 4th floor. Moreover, although Feng Ling looked like a child, she had personally said that she was already 100 years old. 100 years ago! Could it be the nine-tailed princess who sealed the pagoda in Yi Fan's body? Chapter 400. Feng Ling, what have you been doing all this time? Why haven't you shown yourself? No matter who took the items on the 4th level out of the pagoda, it must have something to do with the mysterious princess of the Nine-Tailed tribe. However, with Ling Zhao's current strength, he naturally could not provoke the royal family of the northern frontier for no reason. Moreover, Yi Fan had died in his hands. Even if Bai Jishi did not say anything, the princess would probably be suspicious now that the pagoda was in Ling Zhao's possession. I don't like the girl beside you. Her aura is too cold. Feng Ling looked deeply at Ling Xiao. I advise you to stay away from her. Qing Chan, you know her? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly, but he was even more puzzled. This girl treated the pagoda as her home, but she felt close to the demonic intent on him. On the other hand, Yi Qingchan had only comprehended the Tao, law of extreme ice. It should not be enough to make Feng Ling feel disgusted, right? Moreover, Nian Qingyun's personality was even colder before, but Feng Ling did not resist her. Could it be because of that innate wisdom? I don't know her. Anyway, I just don't like her. Hurry up and make her leave, or else, humph. Feng Ling clenched her small fists, gritted her teeth, and disappeared on the spot. Qingchan's background is rather interesting. She can actually make this girl feel disgusted. The corners of Ling Zhao's mouth curled up slightly, but a trace of evil flashed across his eyes. Feng Ling probably did not just dislike Yi Qingchan. Ling Xiao could see a trace of faint fear in her eyes. However, given this girl's strength, she did not even take the God Emperor seriously. How could she be afraid of someone who had broken through to the Paong state? The only answer was the innate wisdom in Yi Qingchan's soul sea. It seemed that he had to find time to have a good talk with Qingchan, an expert that even Feng Ling was afraid of if he could completely submit to him, if not, haha. Qingchan, do you love me or her? Outside Dragon Fortune City, 2 figures walked over side by side. One of them was wearing a black python robe. It was the great Xia dynasty's first prince, Xia Feng. The other was a young lady dressed in white. She was Imperial Advisor Qiao Yunli's grandson, Qiao Shuang. In the Grand Xia Empire, there were 7 celestial emperors. However, 3 of them were only at the 1st or 2nd stage of the celestial emperor realm. Jian Yan had already been used by Ling Xiao as nourishment for the immemorial Devil Blade. As for the remaining 2, they were both generals and were currently leading troops to guard the border. Among the Emperor God experts in the Imperial City, Emperor Xiao was a 5th grade Emperor God. Imperial Tutor Qiao Yunli was a 6th stage God Emperor. Count Zhong Yi Si Kongyu, a 4th stage God Emperor. Heavenly Official Yen Zheng, 3rd stage God Emperor. Although Xia Feng was not the legitimate son of the Empress, among these people, Qiao Shuang was his fiancé. Now that he had given her an ancient Taoist instrument as a betrothal gift, the Imperial Preceptor would definitely be on his side when they fought for power in the future. With the support of a 6th grade divine emperor like him, Xia Feng's victory was already in his grasp. Moreover, the son of Count Zhongyi, Sikong Hui, was Xia Feng's best friend. The 2 of them often addressed each other as brothers, and this wasn't a secret in Dragon Fortune City. In this way, 2 of the 4 great god emperors were already Xia Feng's guests. Wouldn't the throne be within his grasp? Moreover, others might not know, but Xia Feng clearly remembered that River Yu would become the Great Qin's emperor in the future and return to the Great Qin Empire. Moreover, although he looked like a good-for-nothing now, his innate talent was actually extremely terrifying. The talent of a pale emperor, the spiritual fire in his body, and the fact that he was a young divine general meant that River Yu's future was limitless. Therefore, all these years, the entire Dragon Fortune City had been ridiculing this abandoned son-in-law of the great Xia dynasty. Only Xiao Feng often drank wine and discussed Tao with him, and they seemed to be close friends. Oh, actually, it wasn't that Xiao Feng didn't think of snatching River Yu's spiritual fire. However, with his cultivation realm, not to mention whether he could fuse with the spiritual fire, he would probably be burned to ashes if he got too close. How could he dare to take such a risk? However, the spiritual fire was uncontrollable, but it would be much easier for River Yu, who had fused with the spiritual fire, to control it. After all, his parents had died tragically, and his enemies had chased after him. He had been looked down upon and trampled on by others. Give him love. In my previous life, I rashly went to the mortal realm and died in the hands of that demon. In this life, I must be careful. When the secret realm opens, I will find a few more helpers and make that demon die without a burial place. Xia Feng's eyes were gloomy, but his expression remained calm. However, when he thought of that demon who had concealed his identity and toyed with the entire Xingzhou, he instinctively felt a kind of fear. If it wasn't for the fact that he had died, he would never have thought that that guy was the true demon that the sacred sect had been searching for a long time. Big Brother Feng, what's wrong? As if feeling the coldness emitted from Xia Feng's body, Qiao Shuang frowned slightly and pulled his sleeve somewhat nervously. Oh, Shuang-er, I'm fine, just a little tired. Xia Feng shook his head and smiled. His current cultivation was only at the second stage of the divine general realm. Although he was already at the top in the western border, there was still a huge gap between him and that demon. Fortunately, he hadn't lost his memories after his rebirth. The ancient ruins of the immortal realm hidden in the western border were all under his control. Moreover, it was likely that even that true demon didn't know of his existence. The enemy was in the open, while he was in the dark. Although he was sure to win this battle, he still had to be cautious first. Otherwise, with his current strength, if he traveled thousands of miles to the central border and told the sacred sect that the person was a demon, he would probably be killed by that clan's spies before the sacred sect could kill the demon. It was not worth it to trade one for one. Xia Feng clearly remembered that in his previous life, the forces behind that demon were densely packed in the entire Xingzhou. Even in the sacred sect. Hiss! Be cautious, be cautious. The sacred sect was indeed terrifying, but if he wanted to achieve the immortal Tao and ascend to the upper realm, this mountain must be crossed. At this moment, Xia Feng actually had some small calculations in his heart. If he could slay that demon, obtain his inheritance, and then continue to live in seclusion, would he have a chance to take the final step? Since the heavenly Tao had allowed him to be reborn, how could he be restrained in this life? The land of the western border was too small and barren. It could not contain his ambitions as a reborn person. He was originally a person protected by the heavenly Tao, and now he had seized the 9th Prince's dragon luck. As long as he was stable, he could map the world. Otherwise, according to the rumors, there were people who went from the prehistoric age to the journey to the west and became saints. Therefore, Xia Feng believed that as long as he was cautious and kept the secret of being reborn, becoming a saint might not be his end. Hee, Brother Feng, don't forget what you promised me. Qiao Shuang blushed and lowered her head slightly. Her eyes were filled with the shyness of a young girl. Oh, Shuang-er, don't worry. In a few days, I will go to the Grand Tutor's residence to propose marriage and formally welcome you into the family. Xia Feng smiled gently and looked at Qiao Shuang with deep affection. However, woman, she will only affect my path to becoming a saint. If Qiao Shuang was not the Grand Tutor's grandson, he would not even look at her. Okay, then Brother Feng, quickly go and give that spiritual herb to the Empress Dowager. I will also return to the residence to rest for a day. Qiao Shuang pursed her red lips and walked toward the city with Xia Feng. However, the moment the two of them entered the city, their expressions froze. At this moment, the streets and alleys of Longyan City were filled with armed guards. The entire imperial city looked like a great enemy was about to arrive. Out of his instinct, Xiaofeng felt that things were not simple. Thus, he held Xiao Shuang's hand and walked to the end of an empty alley. He summoned a patrolling Imperial Guard commander and asked, "What happened?" "Eldest Prince." The commander's expression changed, and he hurriedly bowed. "Eldest Prince, something big has happened." The prince consort turned into a demon, killed the Qi Kingdom's envoy and commander Jiangyan, and raped the fifth princess. Now his whereabouts are unknown. Chapter 401. What? Xiaofeng was stunned for a full 3 breaths before he reacted. There was shock, confusion, and panic on his face. In short, it was a complicated expression. How could this be? That trash river Feather had indeed concealed his cultivation base and identity. However, if Xiaofeng remembered correctly, he should be the only son of the late Great Qin Emperor, and he was hiding in Great Xia to avoid being hunted down. 3 years later, his talent awakened and he displayed unparalleled battle prowess. He also received the support of the Great Qin Empire's guardian general, Xiao Beifa, and returned to the empire to inherit the empire. The reason Xiaofeng deliberately befriended him was so that when he became emperor, he would remember his kindness. Of course, as a dog-eared person, Xiaofeng naturally couldn't tell the secret to anyone else. Otherwise, how could he show his admiration for River Feather and encourage him as a good big brother? Moreover, once he exposed River Feather's identity, not to mention whether or not he would attract the revenge of the Great Qin Empire's remnants. If someone asked him how he knew, how would he explain it? The sacred sect governed the Xingzhou's 4 borders with benevolence. However, once the secret of him being a reborn person was exposed, would he become a pawn they wanted to control? Or perhaps a treasure-hunting little beast? He was a dog-eared person. However, he didn't want to be a dog. What? The prince consort is actually a demon? Xiao Shuang covered her red lips with her jade-like hand, a look of surprise on her face. Xiaofeng, on the other hand, frowned and remained silent. Could it be that, because he was reborn and forcefully seized the 9th prince's fortune, he unintentionally changed the trajectory of the heavenly law? But that idiot River Feather, the 5th princess, was clearly his wife. Why did he have to do something so unnecessary and expose his identity by forcing her? Inexplicably, Xiaofeng suddenly felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. This matter couldn't be so simple. 3 years had passed. Logically speaking, River Feather should have obtained Xiao Beifa's follower. With his status, not to mention the 2nd prince of Great Qi, even the crown prince of Great Qi could be killed if he wanted to. Then why did he have to stir up so much trouble? The spirit fire in his body was indeed a peerless, ferocious flame, and it even occupied an extremely high position on the heaven and earth spirit fire list. However, although that fire was crowned with the word demon, it had nothing to do with a true demon. How did River Feather become a demon? Suddenly, Xiaofeng thought of a possibility. He even had the urge to turn around and run away. Apart from Jiang Yu's transformation into a demon, is there anything else that happened in Great Xia? A look of contemplation flashed across Xiaofeng's eyes. The junior commander pondered for a moment before slapping his forehead. Pa, Xiaofeng was so frightened that his entire body shivered. He almost channeled his spiritual energy and fled into the horizon. You scared me. First Prince, I remember now. It's rumored that an important figure has come to our Great Xia. Even the emperor has to be respectful when he sees him. Furthermore, it was precisely this lord that protected the princess. Otherwise, that demon river, you would have already killed the 5th princess. What? Xiaofeng's face turned pale in an instant. Even Imperial Father had to bow to him? Could it be that that person had appeared? In Xiaofeng's memory, the ancestor of the Xia family, Xia Qin, had indeed descended to this world. However, at that time, Xia Yong was the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty, and the latter had only made use of the ancient dragon vein in the ancestral grounds of the Xia family to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation before disappearing without a trace. His appearance was extremely short, but it had caused countless changes in the western border. In particular, a marquis of the Qin dynasty had not hesitated to send troops to suppress the Great Xia for 3 years. No one could persuade him otherwise. However, calculating the time, this ancestor seemed to have appeared too early. However, other than him, who else was worthy of imperial father submission? With Xia Sheng's cultivation as a 5th-rank divine emperor, even if that true demon had come, it would not be worthy of his submission. After all, according to Xia Feng's calculations, even if that true demon was slightly stronger than him, he would at most be in the divine general realm. How could he deceive a divine emperor? It seems that my rebirth has indeed changed the timing of some things. Fortunately, those remnants are still there. As long as nothing happens to the Cold Moon's celestial palace, it doesn't matter how much the process has changed. Finally, Xia Feng seemed to have understood something. He brought Qiao Shuang and headed toward the residence of the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty. With Qiao Yunli's cultivation, he had long stopped caring about political affairs. Now he was in seclusion in the residence all year round, wholeheartedly pursuing the Tao. Shuang, now that the imperial capital is in turmoil, you should wait in the residence at ease. Don't show yourself, and don't go out as you wish. Xia Feng reached out his hand and stroked Qiao Shuang's hair. Don't make me worry. Okay, I understand. Shuang, I will wait for your good news in the residence. Qiao Shuang lowered her head and smiled, her red lips pursed. Go quickly. I haven't seen you for a few days. Your relatives in the residence must be missing you. Xia Feng was in a hurry to return to the imperial palace and see that lord's true appearance. However, he felt inexplicably uneasy. After all, he had swallowed the 9th prince's fortune. If the ancestor questioned him, would he? No, he had to see imperial father first and understand the ancestor's attitude. If he really minded, Xia Feng would immediately leave the city and find an ancient place deep in the mountains. He would not appear until he became a divine emperor. I can't afford to offend you, but can I just hide? As long as I become a divine emperor, who in the Shengzhou can kill me? With that thought in mind, Xia Feng suddenly took out a human skin mask and put it on his face. Then, as if he still felt uneasy, he turned back and found the patrolling Imperial Guard commander. You, come here. Who are you? Humph. Xia Feng took out his identity dragon token, and the commander's puzzled expression instantly turned serious. Sir, what orders do you have? The palace's secret order is to send you to Che dynasty to find a treasure of our dynasty. If you can't find it, you are not allowed to return to meet the emperor. Winky face. That's it. Find a treasure of our dynasty? Then what? You should at least tell me what kind of treasure it is, what it looks like, and what grade it is, right? Che dynasty was in the far west of Xinjiang. If he went any further west, he would almost reach nirvana. With his cultivation as a 2nd-rank divine general, it would take him a lifetime to get there from Dragon Fortune City. Not to mention, there were countless empires and dynasties in between, and there were endless wars. At this moment, this minor commander of the imperial army, who didn't deserve to have a name, was already suspecting that there was an important person in the palace who didn't like him but was too embarrassed to directly take action. So he used a tactful method to send him to his death. But I'm just a patrolling imperial guard, not to mention that I'm not worth the effort to kill. Even if you want me to die, can't you just give me a quick death? My lord, can I take the liberty to ask, who was the one who sent me to the carriage? What's a secret order? If I tell you, you still call it a secret order? You can go now. Great Xia will take care of your parents and relatives. Xia Feng's eyes turned cold. Usually, these words were not said out of kindness, but a blatant threat. Yes, Xia Feng only felt relieved when that person flew out of the city and disappeared from his sight. He turned around and walked toward the palace. I'm not targeting anyone when it comes to cowardice. Everyone in Xingzhou is, Daddy. I don't dare to refute you. Cowardice, of course. I can't show any arrogance. This is my attitude. As for why he didn't kill the Imperial Guard commander directly, every Imperial Guard had a soul token that was directly under the Emperor. There was a risk in killing him, now that he had sent him away and Qiao Shuang was hiding in the residence. No one would know that he was back in the short term. In this way, whether he stayed or fled was completely under his control. Chapter 402. Xia Feng's journey to the Great Xia Imperial Palace was unimpeded. Although he had changed his appearance, the imperial token in his hand could not be faked. As for why a stranger would have such a noble token, damn, we're just a bunch of guards. How am I supposed to ask such a profound question? Perhaps he was an illegitimate child raised by one of the royal relatives? By the time Xia Feng's footsteps came to a halt, he had already arrived in front of the royal study. But for some reason he felt that the spirit qi in the Xia Palace was exceptionally thin. Was it an illusion? The Great Xia's dragon vein was found by the ancestors of the Great Xia dynasty after hundreds of years of expeditions. It was one of the best in the western border, especially the dragon trapping array, which gathered the spirit qi of the dragon vein in one place in the Xia Palace. Cultivating here could be said to be twice the result with half the effort. But at this moment, who is outside the door? Emperor Xia's voice came from the palace. Xia Feng immediately stopped thinking. He took a deep breath and walked into the palace. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the forbidden area of the imperial palace? Come, father, it's me. Before Emperor Xia finished speaking, Xia Feng had already removed the mask on his face, revealing his true appearance. Although the father and son had always been in harmony with each other, Xia Feng already had his own methods. The fate of the Great Xia dynasty was now in his hands. His father would not dare to let him die so easily. Feng, you are returning to the Xia Palace. Why are you hiding your appearance? Emperor Xia was stunned. He increasingly felt that his eldest son was acting strangely. It made him feel uneasy. In the eyes of others, Xia Feng was humble and docile. He was devoted to the Tao. But only Emperor Xia knew that if it were not for his scheming, the Great Xia dynasty would not have fallen into his hands. How old was he then? 5 years old? Or 6 years old? Originally, Emperor Xia also felt that this child was destined to be the hope of the Great Xia dynasty to unify the western border. But when he really sat on the throne, Xia Sheng realized that unifying the western border was a great undertaking. But the prerequisite was he had to protect his own position. I want to give it to you. The Xia dynasty is yours. If I don't want to give it to you, will you kill your father too? Inexplicably, Emperor Xia began to be wary of his eldest son, who had helped him conquer the world. Imperial father, I've heard about what happened in the palace recently. Xia Feng's eyes were somewhat gloomy, especially when he saw the great figure who had suddenly arrived. He felt a little uneasy. Amen. That bastard River Feather is actually a devil hiding in my Grand Xia. We have heard that you have a very close relationship with him. Emperor Xia coldly glanced at Xia Feng, his tone filled with suspicion. After all, since the establishment of the Great Xia dynasty, there had never been anyone who could forcefully seize the fate of others. Moreover, Xia Feng seemed to know the time of the 9th prince's birth in advance. All these illogical things made him terrified. Could it be that he was also imperial father, that lord? What is his background? Xia Feng ignored Emperor Xia's displeasure. In his eyes, his father was nothing more than a yes man. In his previous life, he only knew how to drink and make merry. Not only did he have no hope of becoming an immortal, he was sent to a border city by Xia Yong and ended his life there. If it wasn't for him devising strategies, how could he sit on the throne of the 9 and 5? Amen? You came back at the right time. Come with me to pay your respects to that lord. In the past few days, that lord used his supreme power to seal the ancient dragon vein of our Xia clan in the Xia palace. Such a great kindness should be engraved on it like incense and receive the faith of the people. Emperor Xia coldly snorted and walked out of the imperial study. Imperial father is that lord. Ancestor Xiaqin? He took over our dynasty. Behind him, Xia Feng seemed to be hesitating. It was just that he had guessed some things from his father's words. If that lord really cared about the Xia dynasty changing hands, he probably wouldn't be able to see his father now. But since it was crooked Dao, it had to be absolutely safe. Humph. Ancestor Xiaqin? Ancestor is just a dog in the hands of that lord. Do you understand? We are all grandsons raised by that lord. When you see that lord later, remember not to speak carelessly. Be humble and always pay attention to your status. Emperor Xia turned his head and fiercely glared at Xia Feng. The latter's expression instantly became sluggish. This can't be. The plot shouldn't have developed like this. In his previous life, the only person who had descended to the Xia dynasty was the reincarnation of Ancestor Xiaqin. When had there ever been an ancestor's master? Inexplicably, Xia Feng wanted to leave the palace now. Fenga, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and follow me. Emperor Xia reached out and grabbed Xia Feng's shoulder, leading him to the back of the palace. He intended to let that celestial venerable take a look at whether this eldest son was a demon or not. Of course, if he wasn't, with Xia Feng's talent, he was indeed the hope of the Xia clan. If he was fortunate enough to become that lord servant, it would be a blessing for the Xia dynasty. Imperial father, I just returned to the palace today. If I go rashly, Lord's magnanimity is like the surging sea. Why would he care about such trivial matters? Cut the crap and follow me. When the two arrived at the mountain in the back of the palace where the dragon vein was sealed, their eyes hardened fiercely. At the peak of the mountain, a golden sun was blooming with divine light, faintly emitting a vast and boundless aura. In the golden sun, a figure was quietly sitting cross-legged. Although his appearance couldn't be seen clearly, he exuded supreme majesty. Greetings, my lord! Emperor Xia's eyes were filled with joy. Although he didn't feel any dragon qi emanating from the golden sun, he could tell at a glance that it was no ordinary object. It was obvious that the ancient dragon vein had yet to awaken, but its form was already visible. It wouldn't be long before the great Xia dynasty's fortune skyrocketed, and they would strive for the western border. Greetings, my lord! Xia Feng also bowed with a humble expression, but his eyes were filled with a hint of surprise. If it wasn't the ancestor or that demon, who could it be? He remembered very clearly that the demon cultivated the myriad demonic arts, and his methods were extremely cruel. Even the aura around him was cold and eerie. However, although the person in front of him didn't emit any spiritual energy, the aura he exuded was definitely not something that the despicable demon could compare to. It was like a god looking down at ants. Just a glance from him was enough to make people panic. In his previous life, Xia Feng remembered that the reason why the demon could conceal his forbidden identity was related to the demonic arts he cultivated. It was also related to his usual flamboyant personality. If he was too arrogant, he would attract too much attention, and it would make people let down their guard. However, the lord in front of him was sitting on the mountain peak like an ancient boulder, eternally eternal, and his sharpness restrained. His every movement was indifferent, as if he had existed for countless years. At this moment, Xia Feng suddenly believed that this person might really be from the upper realm. However, why would such a person come to the great Xia dynasty? What exactly was he plotting? That's right. This person has the root of wisdom. I have high hopes for him. Ling Xiao said indifferently, and a cold smile appeared on his face that was covered by immortal clouds. 5,000 points of fate, golden Taoist law, second-grade divine general. Logically speaking, a person who had comprehended such a Taoist law should be unparalleled. However, looking at Xiaofeng's eyes, why did it feel like he was a little cowardly? That seemingly gentle, but actually gloomy gaze was extremely similar to a snake or scorpion hidden in the wilderness. Interesting. How can I make him unleash the most scorching light? Chapter 403. You mean? Emperor Xia was stunned and his eyes were filled with joy. Is Feng really going to become the pride of the Xia family? Now that the demons are everywhere in the great Xia dynasty and the situation in the western border is getting more and more unstable. If the Xia family wants to stand firm in this era of great competition, we must work hard to strengthen ourselves. Ling Zhao's voice was filled with divine power and resounded in Xiaofeng's ears like a bell, shaking his mind. Nonsense. Xiaofeng was a divine general. Although his fortune was terrifying, his talent was unparalleled, and he had reincarnated. But he was still a divine general. Ling Zhao's divine soul was already comparable to a third-grade divine emperor. With the protection of the ancient Panga stone and the ghost clan's soul-sucking pearl, even a fifth-grade divine emperor like Emperor Xia would be shocked. Step aside. I have something to say to Feng Er. Ling Xiao glanced at Emperor Xia, and the latter immediately bowed and stepped back. He only stopped when he was 100 feet away and covered his ears with his hands, as if to tell Ling Xiao that he did not dare to eavesdrop. Idiot Bo He! Don't you know that there is a kind of conversation called consciousness communication? This is a stalk of immortal gold that I brought from the upper realm. Since you and I are connected by fate, I will bestow upon you a heaven-reaching good fortune. Carry this gold in your heart meridian, and it will protect your Tao of metal. Ling Xiao sneered and waved his hand. The Emperor Vane's gold spirit, instantly turned into a ray of light and landed in front of Xiaofeng. That's right. This gold, was the one that Ling Xiao tricked from Zhou Minyao. It was also the fortune that the great Xia true demon stole from the great Zhou princess when he killed her. However, for such a divine item, even the experts of the great Zhou Empire had only heard of its name and had never seen it before. Now that Ling Xiao casually gave it a different name and gave it to Xiaofeng, he naturally would not be able to guess its origin. Someone had to carry the identity of the true demon. River Feather carried it, but he was not a member of the royal family of the great Xia dynasty and could not use the true dragon divine seal. Even if he could fool the world for a short period of time, his lies would be exposed after a long time. At this time, it is time for our first prince to play his role. For someone like this who had been reborn and had high luck, it would take more than a day or two to completely kill him. Moreover, with the memories of his 2 lifetimes, he might not be unaware of his true identity. Therefore, he had to first bestow him with an identity that was not tolerated by the world. That way, he would be able to force others to reveal who is the devil, as if I'd believe you. You're a devil yourself, and you want someone else to take the blame? F***CK. Moreover, the timing of Xiaofeng's absence from the imperial capital was perfect. So, what exactly did he do in the past few days? Qiao Shuang? The name was pretty good, but he didn't know if the name of his body was as good. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. The look of shock on Xiaofeng's face gave him an indescribable sense of joy. Natal metal Tao. To be honest, Xiaofeng was dumbfounded. As a reincarnator who believed in unscrupulous ways, he had never liked to show off his strength in front of outsiders. The reason why he revealed his divine champion cultivation was to gain some weight in his father's heart, so that he could exchange for more cultivation resources. He couldn't be too outstanding, but he couldn't be mediocre. However, he had rarely acted pretentiously in the past few years because his identity didn't allow it. The Empress, the second prince, and the third prince had always regarded him as a thorn in their side and wanted to humiliate him whenever they had the chance. His father was also very wary of him. Once he was too outstanding, he would easily be injured. Therefore, in the entire Great Xia, the only person who knew that he had comprehended the pure metal Tao law was probably the son of Count Jinyuan, Si Gonghui. He had no choice. Brothers had to be honest with each other. If he told Sikong Hui some insignificant secrets, Sikong Hui would of course feel that he trusted him completely. Oh no, I'm the son of destiny. How could I be so calculative? I just felt that Sikong Hui was an upright, forthright, and trustworthy person. So I told him my secrets. However, how did this lord know that I had comprehended the Tao law at a glance? This was his greatest trump card. It was used to turn the tables and show off. As expected, this lord's cultivation level had probably exceeded the knowledge of the Xingzhou. He didn't seem to have any secrets in front of him. Plop! Xiafeng fell to his knees in a daze and shouted loudly, "Thank you for your blessing, my lord!" Get up. In the next few days, the great Xia's dragon blessing is at the critical moment of recovery. I calculated that there will be more demons coming. You should be prepared. You must carry the immortal gold with you. It may save your life at a critical moment. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and said in a calm voice, "Yes, my lord." Xiafeng prostrated himself on the ground and retreated 100 feet before getting up and leaving. Looking at the thin and tall figure, the corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a smile. The reborn son of destiny had stolen the blessing of another son of destiny. This leek was indeed very fragrant. However, to steal all 5,000 blessings, there was still a long way to go. In the first prince's residence in the great Xia imperial city, it was quiet and bleak. Xia Feng's legal mother had died in childbirth. It was in line with the pattern of the son of destiny either having a dead father or a missing mother. Therefore, when he was very young, he moved out of the palace and lived alone. Moreover, this first prince had never been involved in political affairs and only focused on pursuing the Tao. Therefore, he did not have many followers and no one was willing to support him. The first prince is back. Xiafeng returned to his palace and took out the immortal gold that Ling Xiao had given him. After studying it carefully for a long time, he finally concluded. This was an immortal item. Wearing it on his body, he actually felt like it was full of vitality and spiritual energy, as expected of an item from the upper realm. Could it be because he had stolen the 9th prince's blessings that he had obtained such an opportunity? Yes, the concept of blessings was mysterious and unfathomable. The more blessings one had, the more opportunities one would obtain. If this life was the same as the previous one, wouldn't his blessings be in vain? It seemed that he had worried too much. However, with such a strong person here, it was easy for unforeseen events to happen. For the next few days, Xiafeng decided to stay in the palace obediently and not go anywhere. When the ancient dragon vein had completely recovered and this lord had left, it would be time for him to show his strength. No, even if the lord has left, I must keep a low profile and plan step by step. Otherwise, if I take too big of a step, it would be too easy to pull down. Wouldn't it be better to stay low and do things step by step? First, I will control the great Xia dynasty in my hands, and then plot against the cold moon's celestial palace. When I have enough strength to fight against that demon, I can go anywhere in the Shenzhou continent. Anyway, in this life, I want to reach the top of the world and achieve unparalleled success. Even if someone scolds me for staying low, who cares if I win in the end? In his previous life, although he had died, it was not because he had offended that demon, but because he had obtained the demon's inheritance in the secret realm by chance and was targeted by that demon. Otherwise, we are all from the western border. Why do you think I am so outstanding and know how to steal other people's blessings? If that demon seal had not been limited and had to be set up at the moment of birth, otherwise, as long as I stay behind the scenes and plant a few more fated people, there would be an endless stream of blessings for me to steal. It might not be impossible for me to stay low until I reach the Supreme Being stage. At the same time, in the great Xia dynasty's palace, Emperor Xia looked up at Ling Xiao with a face full of fear. "Lord, do you mean my son Xiafeng is the true demon?" At this moment, Emperor Xia's eyes were filled with fear and shock. but more than that, there was an inexplicable complexity. Chapter 404. That's right. Ling Xiao nodded, his eyes revealing a dignified look. Hearing this, Emperor Xia's body trembled, instinctively feeling somewhat afraid. Xia Feng was a devil. Regarding this explanation, he had actually expected it long ago. Before the age of 6, his talent was mediocre. Although he could cultivate, he was not outstanding. But after the age of 6, Xia Feng seemed to have become a different person. He understood the heavenly arts, seized Xia Chuan's luck, and used meticulous methods to steal the country of Great Xia. Even he had never seen such an evil secret technique before. Where did Xia Feng, a mere child whose hair was not even fully tied, learn it from? Moreover, although Xia Feng did not reveal himself in these few years, his realm breakthrough was extremely fast, and he was also in close contact with that trash, River Feather. How could a trash with no background and no cultivation be worth his scheming? So it turned out, they were originally in cahoots. Emperor Xia had already sent people to secretly investigate the matter of a devil appearing in Great Zhou. After all, River Feather was a devil, but he had never walked out of Dragon Fortune City. Originally, Emperor Xia thought that the devil that appeared in Great Zhou was most likely River Feather's accomplice. But who would have thought that just yesterday he received an incomparably shocking news? The devil that appeared in Great Zhou actually used the true Dragon Divine Seal at the moment of his death. This ancient technique was a secret technique of Great Xia's royal family, and it was absolutely impossible for it to be spread outside. And during this period of time, other than Xia Yang's lineage, there was only Xia Feng of Great Xia's royal family, who was not in Dragon Fortune City. But Xia Yong was already dead. Beep, the son of destiny, is suspected by his close relatives. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points. At first, I also did not dare to believe it, but I did not expect that a true devil would appear in your lineage. I'm afraid that this person is no longer Xia Feng, but a true devil's possession. Has this person done anything strange in recent years? Ling Zhao's tone seemed to be regretful and even a little angry. Seeing this, Emperor Xia directly knelt on the ground with a plop. Sir, I have long sensed that something is wrong with the Xia Feng, but I really did not expect that he is a true devil. It's fine. Since he dares to come back, I naturally will not let him off easily. However, since he dares to appear in front of me so openly with his cultivation level, he must have a trump card in his hand. Or perhaps he has accomplices in the imperial court. Ling Zhao's eyes narrowed as he fell into deep thought. The Xia Emperor's face was deathly pale. F*CK. Who would have thought that for the past 20 years I have been living in an abyss of suffering? If it wasn't for this lord's arrival in Great Xia, he was afraid that if Xia Feng was given a few more years to grow, he would definitely lose both his throne and his life. But for some inexplicable reason, the Xia Emperor still had a hint of doubt in his heart. Wasn't this all too much of a coincidence? Moreover, Xia Feng said that he was going out of the palace to gain experience. He even brought Qiao Shuang, the granddaughter of the imperial preceptor. Could it be that the two of them and the state preceptor were in cahoots? Hiss, my lord. Xia Feng left the palace with Qiao Shuang. Here it comes. Ling Xiao sneered inwardly. How could he not know that Xia Feng had left the palace with Qiao Shuang? Furthermore, given the latter's status, it was only natural that Xia Feng would try to rope him in. As a woman, what she liked was nothing more than a spiritual treasure's status or handsome looks. With Xia Feng's qualities, he was more than enough for her. However, if he wanted her to be hell-bent on him, he would have to put in some effort. If Ling Zhao's guess was correct, the two of them should have gone to a secret realm and found treasures there. However, Ling Xiao had already met Xia Feng. At first glance, he could tell that Xia Feng was a gloomy and cautious person. He would never expose his secret to Qiao Shuang. It was also impossible for him to give the greatest fortune to someone else. As a person who had been reborn, what he valued was definitely not love, but cultivation. In other words, the greatest fortune in that secret realm must have fallen into Xiao Feng's hands. It was just that Qiao Shuang didn't know about it. In this way, Xiao Feng would have the time to go to the great Zhou dynasty to kill people, even if Ling Xiao had miscalculated this point. Naturally, he had 10,000 excuses to put the blame on Xiao Feng. The two of them couldn't be together 24 hours a day, right? Moreover, did you think that what you saw was real? How could a weak woman imagine the means of a true demon? Sister, you're too naive. Quick, come into my embrace. I'll give you true warmth. Secretly send her into the palace. It's best if no one disturbs her. Ling Zhao's tone was inexplicably gloomy. Emperor Xia immediately revealed a look of understanding and turned to walk out of the hall. Soon, when Emperor Xia walked back into the hall, a young girl in white followed closely behind him. There seemed to be a trace of nervousness between her eyebrows. However, what made Ling Xiao slightly disappointed was that this beauty of the great Xia dynasty, who was as famous as Xia Yanran, did not have any luck on her. As for her appearance, she was comparable to Xia Yanran. You're Qiao Shuang. Ling Xiao's face was covered by a divine glow. His tone was low and eternal. Seeing the humble Emperor Xia standing by the side, a trace of fear flashed past Qiao Shuang's pretty face. Yes, sir. Let me ask you, where did you and Xia Feng go after leaving the palace? Ling Zhao's eyes flickered. It was obvious that he had made a decision in his heart. We went to the Sword Halber Mountain at the border of the great Xia dynasty. What did you do? Brother Feng brought me to a secret realm and found a Dao artifact. From Emperor Xiao's attitude, Qiao Shuang could also understand that the identity of the person before her was definitely extremely terrifying. It should be that great figure that had been in an uproar in Dragon Fortune City recently. Although no one knew of Ling Zhao's identity, Ling Xiao was in the limelight during the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet that day and awed everyone. Anyone with half a brain would be able to guess that this person definitely had a great background. The two of you have always been together. No, we were only together during the day. Moreover, Brother Feng went out for a night in the secret realm. He said he was going to get an immortal herb for the Empress Dowager. Although Qiao Shuang had doubts in her heart, she naturally did not dare to lie in front of such a person. She immediately answered everything she knew. That's right. Emperor Xia and Ling Xiao looked at each other. A trace of coldness flashed in the depths of their eyes. Did you notice anything unusual about Xiao Feng? For example, he seems to be hiding something, or he can predict what will happen. Ling Xiao guided her step by step. Since he knew the model of Xiao Feng, he naturally knew this kind of child of destiny's tricks like the back of his hand. It was nothing more than carrying the memories of his previous life and taking advantage of the opportunities before the various secret realms and relics opened. Then, step by step, he would walk to the peak of the world and take revenge for the person who killed him in his previous life. A person who was reborn like this naturally could not have died of old age. It was most likely that he was brutally killed by someone. That was why he had such a strong obsession and was detected by the heavenly Tao. It was just that no one knew who killed him in his previous life. Of course, no matter who it was, this Xiao Feng naturally could not escape from Ling Zhao's grasp. Such a sinister person with terrifying providence. If he was allowed to develop, he would most likely grow into an overlord. The child of destiny and the villain demon king were born to oppose each other. Was this reason enough to kill him? Sir, did Brother Feng do something wrong? A trace of hesitation flashed across Qiao Shuang's pretty face. She was Xiao Feng's fiancée. When she saw Emperor Xia's gloomy expression, she instinctively felt uneasy. He is a demon. Right now, he is merely using you to absolve himself. You better tell me everything you know. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to escape from his grasp. What? This is impossible. How could Brother Feng? Qiao Shuang's delicate body trembled slightly. Ling Xiao, however, frowned somewhat impatiently. Then he glanced at Empress Xia. The latter immediately understood. He turned around and walked out of the great hall. Chapter 405. C. Milord, did you make a mistake? Xia Feng had just promised to go to the imperial preceptor's residence to propose marriage and marry Qiao Shuang. Originally, Qiao Shuang thought that with her grandfather's support, Xia Feng would at least become a strong competitor for the position of crown prince, even though he would not reach the heavens in a single bound. With his talent, even if he missed out on the throne, he would still be a person standing at the peak of the world. But why did her husband suddenly become a demon? Made a mistake? Ling Xiao lifted his foot and walked down from the throne. He stood in front of Qiao Shuang and said, "Now that you mention it, I suddenly feel that I might have made a mistake." Ling Xiao extended his hand and gently stroked Qiao Shuang's face. "Relax, don't be nervous. Regardless of whether he is a demon or not, I will not harm you." "Thank you, my lord." Qiao Shuang's face was slightly red. She slowly lowered her head, and there was some panic between her brows. My lord's hand was slightly cold. When he touched her face, she felt a little numb. But she was already a married woman. But with my lord's identity, if he really wanted to do something, how should she refuse? Would refusing bring about a calamity to the imperial preceptor's residence? "You look pretty good." Ling Xiao pinched Qiao Shuang's chin and raised her face. Their eyes met. Qiao Shuang could only see waves rising from the deep sea. There seemed to be a black moon rising on the sea. Immediately after, a terrifying buzzing sound came from her soul sea. "You are indeed protected by a Dharma artifact." Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed and turned blood red. Qiao Shuang's eyes that had just regained their clarity instantly fell into a daze. "A mere divine artifact dares to stop me?" In front of Qiao Shuang's soul palace, Ling Xiao's divine soul appeared. Demonic radiance surged around his body. The soul light in his hand condensed and turned into a huge seal. Then he smashed it toward the cyan light above. Clang! Qiao Shuang's body trembled violently. A trace of blood instantly flowed out from the corner of her mouth. At the same time, countless cracks suddenly appeared on the clear light that was protecting her soul sea. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold arc. "Do you know what to do now?" "Yes, master." Qiao Shuang pursed her red lips tightly. There was fear in her eyes, but in the end, she was driven out of the palace by an unknown force. "My lord, are we letting her go just like that?" It was not until Qiao Shuang walked out of the Xia palace that Emperor Xia walked into the hall. "What else?" "Xia Feng is a demon, but we aren't. This Qiao Shuang obviously doesn't know much, so let her be. I've already erased her memories, so this matter cannot be exposed." Ling Xiao looked at the Xia Emperor somewhat playfully. "There's a true demon in the Xia palace. If word of this were to spread, given your current status, I'm afraid that there would definitely be people who would take this opportunity to slay that true demon. Sir, what should we do?" To tell the truth, the Xia Emperor was in a state of panic right now. In the first place, he had stolen the throne. If someone found the opportunity, his throne, no. Even his life would be in danger. Especially for the Saint sect, they would rather kill the wrong true demon than let it go. What? You say your son is a devil and you don't know? Do you believe that yourself? Sigh, I didn't want to be tainted by the karma of this world. But seeing how loyal your ancestor Xiaqin is, I'll reluctantly take you in as a slave. Ling Xiao seemed to be in a difficult position. Hearing this, the Xia Emperor's eyes narrowed, and his body trembled slightly from excitement. Finally, the day had finally come. With this lord status, once he took him in as a slave, the peak of the Xingzhou would no longer be the end of his immortal path. The Xia clan's eternal ambition, the unification of the Shijiang, the ascension of the heavenly venerate to the upper realm, and the ascension of the Xia clan to stand shoulder to shoulder with their ancestors. If the younger generation mentions my name again, they will revere me as their ancestor. What did people live for? What was the purpose of cultivating and seeking the Tao? Suddenly, Xia Sheng felt that his life had been sublimated. In the future, there will be a legend of me in the Shijiang. The saint sect? Haha, with my master here, the saint sect is nothing. Be my slave, you, my lord. I understand. The Xia emperor opened his arms and relaxed his mind, as if he was at his mercy. In the past few days, he had been shocked by Ling Zhao's methods. For someone who had opened up a world and evolved Tao laws, becoming a slave was a supreme honor. You're not bad. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and did not enter the Xia emperor's soul, see to form a seal. Since the Xia emperor had such awareness, there was no need for him to hide and take the risk. A wisp of soul light flickered in the sky, forming a seal out of thin air and falling into the Xia emperor's soul sea. Until the seal disappeared, the Xia emperor's face was still filled with excitement and satisfaction. This is the feeling. Heavenly fortune. Heavenly fortune. My lord, I can't repay your kindness with words. This is the military seal of the great Xia dynasty and the key to the national treasury. I hope you can accept it for the sake of this slave's sincerity. Oh, Ling Xiao nodded and waved his hand. The two items in the Xia emperor's hands instantly disappeared. He was already clear about Xia Feng's identity, the memories of 2 lifetimes and the same physical body, which was the legendary rebirth. However, if the immortal king was reborn, he would not be so cowardly in this lower realm. Obviously, this Xia Feng should be from this realm. It seemed that he had to find some time to test him. After all, it was better not to expose his identity as the sky demon too early. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Xia Feng also wanted to visit his 5th sister, Xia Yanran. After all, they were not the empress's children and had some feelings for each other. However, when he thought of the current situation in the great Xia dynasty, he finally dismissed this idea. After all, Jiang Yu had turned into a demon and escaped, and Xia Yanran was not of much use. Why should he let himself get involved in this whirlpool? On the 4th day, the entire Longyan city suddenly became lively. The son of Jinyuan's Count Zhongyi, Sikong Hui, guarded the border for 3 years and made countless contributions. Today, he returned to the imperial court to receive his title. At the same time, many rumors suddenly spread in the imperial capital. It was said that Sikong Hui loved Qiao Shuang and that the two of them were childhood sweethearts. Originally, they were a match made in heaven, and the previous emperor, Xia Yong, thought highly of their marriage. Unfortunately, it ended because Xia Xing stole the imperial court. Later, as the Grand Tutor's grandson, Xia Feng took a fancy to Qiao Shuang and set the engagement. Although Sikong Hui was on good terms with Xia Feng, there was a scar in his heart. The reason why he went to the border was actually to heal his heart. Of course, these rumors were half true and half false. Sikong Hui and Qiao Shuang did grow up together, but they called each other brother and sister. As for whether the two of them liked each other or not, probably they liked each other. After all, brother and sister were not related by blood. Wasn't it just a good impression? Ling Xiao thought so he ordered Qiao Shuang to spread the rumors. I'm not deliberately instigating it. I just want the lovers to get married. Brother Hui. At the city gate, Qiao Shuang was dressed in white and looked as delicate as a lotus. Today, she had put on some makeup, which added a bit of charm to her already beautiful face. Beside her, Xia Feng stood calmly without any resentment on his face. The people were all making groundless accusations. Now that Sikong Hui returned to the imperial court to receive his title, it was inevitable that he would be hated by others. Therefore, those rumors must have been spread by some people in the imperial court who saw Xia Feng as an enemy. Xia Feng even guessed that it was most likely the second prince and the third prince's doing. However, he and Sikong, Hui had fought side by side on the battlefield. How could this friendship be destroyed by rumors? Moreover, Qiao Shuang was just a pawn in his eyes. How could a daughter of an aristocratic family be his wife? The person he really liked was indeed in the Shijiang, but not in the great Xia. Shuang eldest prince. On the ancient road in the distance, a general in silver armor was valiant and heroic. Behind him were thousands of personal guards. When he saw the two people standing at the city gate, the general urged his horse forward, his eyes filled with joy. "You're finally back." Sikong, Hui jumped down from his horse and hugged Xia Feng tightly. However, when he looked at Qiao Shuang, there was a touch of gentleness in his eyes. "Shuang oh no, you should call her sister-in-law." Sikong Hui shook his head and smiled bitterly. Although he had not been in the imperial capital for 3 years, he knew everything that happened there like the back of his hand. In particular, in recent years, the news of Qiao Shuang and Xia Feng's marriage had been the talk of the town. He was not jealous at all because he really saw Xia Feng as an elder brother. His father had once said that the dragon protector would be respected by the world. As the son of Sikong's first wife, he had the awareness and ambition to do so. Moreover, Qiao Shuang was his younger sister. How could he not know that she had never liked him? Chapter 406. You came back at the right time. I'm going to the Grand Tutor's house to propose marriage. Xia Feng smiled and patted Sikong Hun's shoulder. Brother Hun, you have to come with me on the day of the wedding. Big brother, what are you talking about? This is what I should do. The three of them turned and walked toward the imperial city. On both sides of the ancient street, countless people of the great Xia dynasty applauded and cheered. Sikong Hun, who was in the middle of Xia Feng and Qiao Shuang's embrace, attracted the attention of countless people. Don't you think General Sikong and Miss Shuang are more compatible? You don't want to live anymore. If the first prince hears this, your entire family will be exterminated. How can that be? The first prince is gentle by nature. How can he vent his anger on me because of a joke? I hope the three of them can be as intimate as they are now. Yes, then the great Xia dynasty will prosper. Ha! Sikong Hun shook his head and smiled. He turned to Xia Feng and said, Big brother, you don't mind, do you? Of course not. I see you as my brother, and Shuang is your sister-in-law. It's true that they are intimate. Xia Feng smiled faintly, his eyes clear. Beside Sikong Hun, Qiao Shuang lowered her head shyly. Xia Feng didn't stop until the three of them arrived at the Count of Jinyuan's residence. Brother Hun, you must be promoted when you return to the capital this time. Go back to your residence and rest first. Father has instructed us to arrange a banquet and invite the young masters of the various clans to celebrate with you. Okay, big brother. Then I'll go pay my respects to father first. We won't go home until we're drunk tonight. Sikong Hun bowed. At this moment, Qiao Shuang suddenly pursed her red lips and said, Brother Feng, I haven't seen Uncle Sikong for a long time. Brother Hun and I will go pay our respects to him. You don't mind, do you? I don't mind. Of course I don't mind. Then come to the Cloudy Dream Immortal House with Brother Hun tonight. Xia Feng chuckled and turned to leave. From beginning to end, there was no trace of gloominess on his face. It seemed that he really didn't mind Qiao Shuang and Sikong Hun being intimate. In the realm, Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows. Did Xia Feng really have a flawless Dao heart, or did he not fall in love with Qiao Shuang? Didn't he know that there was something more delicious than dumplings in this world? Your daughter-in-law has already gone to someone else's home. How can you still remain so calm? Interesting. Looks like I have to give you something exciting. But before that, Ling Xiao still felt that he should test him to see if he knew the secret of his demon body in his previous life. Shuang It wasn't until Xia Feng was far away that Sikong Hui smiled gently and reached out to rub Qiao Shuang's black hair out of habit. It's been 3 years since we last met, and you've already grown into a big girl. Brother Hun, You can't touch me like this anymore. Otherwise, if others see it, it'll be easy to misunderstand at that time. Xiao Shuang's face was flushed red. She looked like she wanted to hide, but couldn't bear to. Oh, I forgot that you are now my sister-in-law. Sikong Hui laughed bitterly as he withdrew his hand, and his expression was slightly dejected. Although Xia Sheng's lineage was a prince, he didn't dare to get too close to the imperial advisor's residence in case Xia Yong became suspicious. Therefore, the one who was really close to Qiao Shuang when she was young was indeed Sikong Hui. But at that time, the Sikong clan wasn't in a high position, and Qiao Yunli was already the imperial advisor. In his heart, Sikong Hui felt that he wasn't good enough for Qiao Shuang. But now, the new emperor had ascended the throne, and the Sikong clan had become the prosperous clan of the great Xia dynasty because of the great merit of protecting the dragon. The beauty was still there, and he was successful and famous, but he couldn't express his deep love. She actually became his sister-in-law, F*CK. But now Sikong Hui was relieved. Xia Feng was upright, low-key, and talented. He was better than Sikong Hui in all aspects. Shuang, I was worth it. Sister-in-law, Brother Hun, do you really think so? The corners of Qiao Shuang's mouth seemed to be a little sad. Sikong Hui's silent heart suddenly rippled inexplicably. Recently, the news that you returned to the imperial capital to receive a title has spread. Many people with ulterior motives have started to spread rumors that you chose to go to the border because you were hurt in your heart. They said that you've always been interested in me. Is it true? Qiao Shuang clenched her silver teeth and rubbed the corner of her clothes uneasily. She looked nervous. Nonsense. This is simply a rumor. Who said it? I'll kill his whole family. You see yourself as a younger sister and the eldest prince as a brother. I'm happy that you two are married. How can I be sad? Sikong Hui was very agitated and his voice was full of anger. Qiao Shuang just looked at him calmly. Finally, she smiled and nodded, but the sadness in her eyes made Sikong Hui's heart tremble again. What's wrong with Shuang today? Why is she happy one moment and sad the next? Also, did I say something wrong? Why is there loneliness and bitterness in her eyes? Brother Hun, I hope you can find a true match. In the end, Qiao Shuang didn't say anything. She looked sad and walked out of the residence. Shuanga? Shuanga? The more Sikong Hui called, the faster Qiao Shuang walked. In the end, she covered her red lips with one hand and ran away. Shuang, how could it be? What was a true match? What's wrong with Shuang, Could it be that Xia Feng didn't treat her well? Hun, you're back? Suddenly, a cheer came from the hall in the distance. Then, a majestic emperor's aura spread. Count Zhongyi Sikong Yu flew over from the void and looked at the young man in front of him with relief. Is Han unhappy? But when he saw the gloominess in Sikong Hui's eyes, this important minister of the great Xia suddenly frowned. Father, I'm back. Sikong Hui bowed. Sikong Yu waved his hand and a ray of spiritual light fell, enveloping the entire residence. Hun, can you tell me now? Father, what do you think of the eldest prince? After all, Sikong Hui hadn't returned to the imperial capital for 3 years. Back then, he and Xia Feng met on the battlefield and killed enemies together. After experiencing life and death, they became close friends. But if he really betrayed Qiao Shuang, he naturally wouldn't allow it. The eldest prince, Xia Feng? Sikong Hui's eyes darkened. His body unconsciously emitted a wisp of great power, like a surging river and sea, intimidating the heavens. This boy has an extremely deep temperament. I think that the great Xia will eventually fall into his hands. Hun, I know that the two of you have a deep friendship, but as an emperor, how can he be sincere to you? He's just coveting the current status of the Sikong family. Sikong Yu looked deeply at the young man in front of him and patted his shoulder gently. My son is still young. You don't have to think about some things for the time being. Xia Feng took the initiative to befriend you, which proves that the Sikong family is powerful. As long as we are strong enough, we don't have to fear the imperial family. Father, do you mean that Xia Feng wants to use the power of the Sikong family to ascend the throne? Inexplicably, Sikong, Hui suddenly had a trace of complex emotions in his heart. Otherwise, why do you think he ran thousands of miles to the border and appeared in your army so coincidentally? When you joined the army, I spent a lot of effort to keep this a secret so that the emperor could see your talent. Sikong Hui sneered. He had been an official for 100 years. How could he not see through the schemes of the emperor? As an emperor, he studied the way of controlling people. As an official, he naturally studied the way of dealing with people. This was the difference between the imperial court and the sect. Strength was indeed the foundation of standing at the top. However, if one wanted to achieve eternal hegemony in the imperial court, one had to understand people's hearts. Father, what if? I don't want Xia Feng to be the crown prince. Sikong Hui's eyes suddenly had a trace of coldness. Chapter 407. Hun, or what did you say? Sikong Yu frowned and looked at Sikong Hui in disbelief. Hun, you have to know that the two sons of the Empress are extremely powerful in the imperial court. You have a close relationship with Xia Feng, and it's no longer a secret in the imperial capital. It's not a wise move for you to join a new master now. Moreover, if Xia Feng gets the help of the Grand Tutor, I'm afraid he'll become the crown prince. Haha, father, I'm just asking casually. Sikong Hui nodded and smiled, which made Count Zhongyi's expression soften a little. How could he not know that to the Sikong clan, helping Xia Feng to become the emperor would be a great merit? No matter how strong the Sikong clan was, they were still below the imperial power. Especially now, Xia Sheng's lineage had stolen the country and had no foundation to speak of. If the Sikong clan could help Xia Feng become the emperor, they would become the foundation in the latter's hands. They couldn't scheme for the world, but the title of the #1 family under the imperial power was enough for the Sikong clan to prosper for hundreds of years. You've just returned. Recently, there have been a lot of big things happening in the imperial capital. There's even news from the palace that a big shot has come, but his identity is extremely mysterious. You must not provoke him. Otherwise, the Sikong clan will be annihilated. Sikong Yu instructed before removing the spirit veil on top of the estate, and then he walked towards the hall. Big shot. Sikong Hui raised his brows slightly. Could it be that someone who could be called a big shot by his father is from the middle border? At night, in front of a magnificent ancient building in the east of Dragon Fortune City, countless geniuses from aristocratic families and the sons of important officials gathered in front of the building with respectful expressions and excited eyes. Many of the people in the surrounding city were shocked when they saw the scene. To be able to make these domineering young masters bow so humbly, it must be a prince in the palace. As expected, when the 3 princes of the great Xia dynasty walked over from the street, the geniuses quickly walked up to them and bowed to flatter them like slaves. Of course, most of them were licking the 2nd Prince Xia Cheng and the 3rd Prince Yali. After all, these 2 were the sons of the Empress and had a higher chance of becoming the emperor. As for Xia Feng, although this first prince was older, his mother was only a concubine and died early. Right now, he had no foundation to speak of in the imperial capital. Moreover, Xia Feng's personality was too weak. Even Xia Cheng and Xia Li often called him by his name. They did not put him in their eyes at all. Of course, Xia Feng naturally paid no attention to all of this. He even maintained a warm smile on his face. When Sikong Hui returned to the city, Qiao Shuang was already his fiancée. The 2 most powerful ministers of Great Xia were already tied to him. Wouldn't the throne be within his reach? Empress? Her influence was indeed great, but she was still too soft-hearted. Otherwise, how could he, Xia Feng, continue to live in this world? Just you wait, it won't be long before that lord leaves. Then, I will tell you who is the master of Great Xia. Haha, long time no see, everyone. However, just as the three princes were being escorted by the crowd towards the Dream Cloud Immortal Tower, a hearty laughter suddenly rang out from the end of the street. He saw that Sikong Hui had already taken off his battle armor and was now wearing a set of blue robes. He really did look like an upstart in the imperial court. Beside him, Qiao Shuang's pretty face was indifferent. She wore a white dress and was extremely beautiful. Brother Sikong. Even Xia Cheng and Xia Li greeted the only son of Count Zhongyi, who had returned to the imperial court with outstanding military achievements, with a warm smile on their faces. Qiao Shuang and the others were unable to win him over. After all, her engagement with Xia Feng was personally set by Emperor Xia. However, Sikong Hui had been on a military expedition for 3 years. Even though they had some friendship with Xia Feng, as the nobles of Great Xia, they naturally knew about the rumors that had been circulating in the imperial capital recently. Gossip was a pastime for high officials and nobles no matter where they went. However, it seemed that the relationship between Sikong Hui and Xia Feng was not as stable as it seemed on the surface. Brother Sikong, long time no see. Xia Cheng extended his hand and took out a cosmos sack from his bosom. There is a peerless divine armor inside. I obtained it in a secret realm previously. I believe that only Brother Sikong is worthy of such a divine armor. Haha, second prince, you flatter me. Brother Sikong, looking at the crowd surrounding Sikong Hui. Xia Feng only shook his head and smiled. His expression was still indifferent. The relationship between him and Sikong Hui was definitely not something that could be measured by a divine artifact. Back then, in order to obtain Sikong Hui's trust, Xia Feng had even put on a bitter show. How could a relationship that could be measured by a spiritual treasure? Big Brother Feng. Qiao Shuang walked to Xia Feng's side with a gentle smile on her face. However, this gentleness was overly polite. Suddenly, Xia Feng felt that the top of his head was itchy. Shuang, or have you met Count Zhongyi? Of course, due to his trust in Sikong Hui. Xia Feng did not think too much about it. Instead, he followed the crowd and walked toward the Cloudy Dream Immortal Pavilion. No, Qiao Shuang was neither cold nor warm. This caused a trace of doubt to flash through Xia Feng's eyes. Why did Qiao Shuang's attitude toward him change so greatly after not seeing her for half a day? Or could it be that she was shy in front of so many people? Everyone entered the pavilion and took their seats. Sikong Hui found it difficult to refuse such great hospitality. He was pulled to a seat by the second prince and the third prince. Xia Feng did not have many friends to begin with. Now, in front of the two princes, no one dared to appear too close to him. Therefore, today's banquet was roughly divided into 2 tables. Xia Feng and Qiao Shuang sat at one table. The rest of the Sky Pride squeezed in beside the second prince and Sikong Hui. Shuang, or what's wrong with you? Why do you look so pale? Xia Feng appeared to be extremely calm, but Qiao Shuang's expression was getting gloomier. Nothing. Degree. Could it be that she was in low spirits every few days? Shuang, why don't I pour you a cup of hot tea? Qiao Shuang sighed softly and turned to look at Sikong Hui. Big brother, Shuang, why don't you go over? As if he felt Qiao Shuang's gaze, Sikong Hui smiled apologetically and walked over with a few other Sky Prides following behind him. Brother Hui. At this moment, a scene that stunned Xia Feng happened. He saw that Qiao Shuang, who looked cold and preoccupied just now, suddenly had a charming smile on her beautiful face. What the F***? Although the development of the current situation had completely exceeded Xia Feng's memory of his previous life, at this moment he could still vaguely feel a little uneasy. Although Qiao Shuang and Sikong Hui were both people that he trusted, the intimacy between the two of them at this moment was truly too blatant. Shuang big brother. Sikong Hui sat down and picked up the wine on the table. I heard from the second prince that Jiang Yu's son-in-law is actually a demon? Shuang and I were not in the city a few days ago, so we did not see it with our own eyes. Xiaofeng smiled bitterly, but Sikong Hui seemed to be lost in thought. When I was at the border, I also heard that there were traces of demons in the capital of the great Zhou dynasty. They even killed the eldest princess of the great Zhou dynasty and took away the great Zhou dynasty's precious emperor vein immortal gold. It is said that this gold can protect one's heart meridians and is full of spiritual energy. I really did not expect the western border to be so chaotic now. Emperor vein immortal gold? Protect one's heart meridians? Xiaofeng inexplicably looked in the direction of his chest, but soon he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Am I too used to being a coward? I feel that everything is dangerous. There are countless immortal gold in this world. The one that the Lord gave me is an item from the upper realm. Although it has the word gold in it, how could it be related? Chapter 408. Manager, are there any seats left? Just as Xiaofeng was smiling bitterly, a clear laughter came from not far away. But why does it feel so familiar? Xiaofeng frowned slightly. The moment he turned his head to look, his face suddenly turned pale. At the entrance of the immortal tower, a white-robed figure was standing with his hands behind his back. Although there was no aura coming from him, the arrogance on his face was obvious. Ling Xiao! At this moment, Xiaofeng was shocked. I'm sorry, young master. The entire Cloudy Dream Immortal Tower is booked today. Oh! Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and turned his head to look coldly at the crowd. The moment he saw Xiaofeng, he could not help but frown slightly. In the end, he did not stay any longer and left. At this moment, another white-robed figure walked over slowly and brushed past Ling Xiao. His face was covered with divine radiance, and his white robe was shining with divine light. There seemed to be divine shadows of dragons and elephants under his feet. There were also divine palaces floating in the sky above his head. It was indescribably mysterious and terrifying. The person who came was the real Ling Xiao. The one who came just now was just an illusion created by the overlapping shadows. Beep! The destined child is frightened and his Taoist heart is unstable. Congratulations to the host for plundering 300 luck points and 3,000 villain points. As expected, the destined child who was reborn knew him. Judging from the paleness of his face, it was likely that he knew some of his secrets. However, he did not know if the person he met was the original owner of his body or the reincarnated version of himself. Time was something that was said to be eternal and unchanging. However, Ling Xiao knew that some of the most powerful beings could cause the collapse of an era, the reversal of the sun and the moon, and even the reincarnation of living beings. The world was the board, and all living beings were the chess pieces. Anyone who was reborn would have a mission. Could it be that someone noticed me? Impossible. If so, they could just kill me directly. Why would they need to be reborn as a bastard? Was it a coincidence? Or was it a reaction from the heavenly Tao? Greetings. Just call me young master. Ling Xiao waved his hand, stopping the second prince and the third prince from kneeling on the ground. Then he walked straight toward Xiaofeng. Even now, the first prince still hadn't recovered from his daze. The first prince? The corners of Ling Xiao's lips curled up slightly. Under the shocked gazes of the imperial capital's prodigies, he ruthlessly slapped Xiaofeng's face. Pum? Who dares? Xiaofeng narrowed his eyes and raised his head, only to see that Ling Xiao was already in front of him. His body trembled all of a sudden. Why are you in a daze? Ling Xiao's tone was calm as he sat in Xiaofeng's seat. A hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes. She leaned over and whispered into Ling Xiao's ear. Sir, I saw a demon appear just now. True demon? No, it's the sky demon. Pa! Ling Xiao did not hesitate at all. He raised his hand and slapped her again. I suspect that you are humiliating me. If there was a devil, how could I not feel it? This, Xiaofeng was suddenly a little confused. That seemed to make sense. Did I see wrongly? Or did they just look alike? Otherwise, with this lord's strength, how could he not see through that demon's identity? No. Since he could hide from everyone in his previous life, he must have terrifying means. Although the Lord came from the upper realm, how could he be compared to the sky demon? That was the peerless demon that once caused chaos in the 9 heavens according to the sacred sect's divine master. But what the hell can I do? Chase after him? That demon can probably kill me with a wave of his hand. Ask the Lord to help? Wouldn't that be questioning the Lord's professional standards again? Damn! Suddenly, Xiaofeng felt that it was really hard to live. I heard that the Dragon Fortune City's prodigy gathering is today. Not bad. I am very gratified to see so many monsters in Great Xia. Ling Zhao's gaze swept across the entire restaurant. He realized that other than Xiaofeng, there was no one else with providence. He was a little disappointed. Originally, he wanted to come here and capture all the prodigies of Great Xia in one fell swoop. He did not expect that in the end, there was only one chive to be harvested. It was as if they were not full at all. Lord, call me young master. Ling Zhao's gaze was calm as he raised his wine cup and took a sip. The surrounding prodigies and sons of important officials were all silent. They did not even dare to let out a fart. He even dared to slap the first prince and did it so naturally. This person's identity, especially Sikong Hui. There was even a trace of astonishment in the depths of his eyes. Could it be that this person was the big shot that father had mentioned? However, although he had concealed his appearance and could not see his true appearance, he could vaguely feel that he was a young man. What did Xiaofeng call him? Lord. Could this person really be from the central border? Of course, with Sikong Hui's experience, he naturally could not think of such a profound level in the upper realm. However, seeing how humble Xiaofeng was now, this white-robed young man must have a great background. You guys can chat. Don't worry about me. Ling Zhao's voice was gentle, giving people a feeling of a spring breeze. The atmosphere in the restaurant gradually became lively. At this moment, Ling Zhao suddenly put down the wine cup in his hand, making a crisp sound. Instantly, the expressions on everyone's faces froze. Some of the more timid people were so frightened that they almost fainted on the spot. Young master! Xiaofeng's eyes narrowed slightly. He was also a little nervous. Just this identity alone was enough to cause the entire western border to fall into turmoil. Of course, with his temperament, he actually did not want this lord to stay in the great Xia dynasty. He just wanted to live in seclusion and cultivate steadily. He did not need to care about anyone's mood. It was fast to rise to the top in one step, but it was not good for a man to be too fast. He had to be steady and steady. He had to strengthen his foundation. He had to be self-reliant. There's only wine and no singing and dancing here. It's really boring. Ling Zhao's eyes were clear and cold as he turned to look at Xiao Shuang beside him. You will do. Dance for everyone to liven things up. Hiss. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Do you know who this person is? She is the granddaughter of the great Xia dynasty's most powerful person, State Preceptor Qiao Yunli. Dance for everyone to liven things up. If this sentence were to spread out, it did not seem to be a big deal. After all, you even dared to slap the first prince. I'm sure State Preceptor Qiao does not care about you. Although the elites did not know Ling Zhao's true identity, they suddenly wanted to see Xiao Shuang, who is known as the most beautiful woman in the great Xia dynasty alongside Xia Yanran, perform a dance. It would be best if it was the kind that touched the bottom of the legs, shook the head, squatted down, retracted the legs, bent over, touched the bottom, shook the hips and shook the legs. It would be even better if she wore something cooler. The entire restaurant was silent. Beep. The chosen one is in a bad mood and his scalp is itching. Congratulations to the host for plundering 50 luck points and 500 villain points. However, to Ling Xiao's surprise, even though the system had already notified him, Xiao Feng's expression was still calm. On the surface, it seemed like he was not angry at all. I would like to call this person the most unscrupulous. Was he just in a bad mood? Did he really not care about his fiancée? Or did he think that Ling Xiao's request was reasonable? However, it did not matter. This way, your good brother would really want to take good care of his sister-in-law. This young master, Sikong Hui glanced at Xiaofeng. When he saw that the latter was just sitting there calmly, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Especially when he saw the humiliation on Qiao Shuang's face. He felt extremely angry. Is my Shuang a maid or a dancer? Dance for you? So what if you are from the central border of Shenzhou? Is there no law in this world? Can a dog from the central border stand on the head of the emperor? Why you? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled playfully. You want to dance too? Chapter 409. Dance. The corner of Sikong, Huey's eyes twitched. I'll dance your ass. But if he could dance a cha-cha dance with Qiao Shuang alone, it would be wonderful, right? Cha-cha! Haha, young master, perhaps you don't know my sister's identity? Oh, Ling Xiao was not angry. Instead, his expression became more and more playful. A good Go Shing would definitely have an upright and impulsive brother beside him. Otherwise, how could he have a reason to force him to show off his strength and slap his face to seek happiness? Unfortunately, originally his brother was indeed quite upright. His sister-in-law had already sent herself to his door, but he still looked righteous. However, this sister-in-law was not that sister-in-law. No matter how close they were to each other and how close they were to each other, as long as they were human, they would eventually have desires. Moreover, from Qiao Shuang's memory, this Sikong Hui was humble when he was young. He had a gentle personality and was especially considerate. At first glance, one could tell that he was a proper bootlicker. Sister, I can't have you, but I will always wish you happiness. No. As long as you are happy, I will do anything. What? Someone dares to bully my sister? Don't be afraid. As long as I am here, even if the world humiliates you, I am willing to stand in front of you. Brother, you are good, but I really can't love you, because I am already engaged to a prince, and you are just a general. What can you do? A bootlicker and a green tea? The hot water is a good match, but unfortunately it is tasteless. Of course, I choose the ace of spades, but I don't know if that Go Z can still keep his composure. What is your sister's identity? Ling Xiao seemed to be interested, but Xiaofeng gave Sikong Hui a look. Brother, what are you doing? If this person is angry, Great Xiao will be gone. But at this time Sikong Hui turned a blind eye and said in a low voice, She is the fiancée of the first prince, the granddaughter of the state preceptor Qiao Yunli, and the sworn sister of Count Zhongyi's son, Sikong Hui. Damn, so awesome! At this time, the surrounding geniuses' faces instantly froze. Ling Xiao's identity was very mysterious and powerful. However, if Sikong Hui hadn't mentioned it, they wouldn't have realized that Qiao Shuang seemed to be quite powerful. Although the great Xia dynasty was ruled by the Xia emperor, the Qiao clan and the Sikong clan were equally powerful. Even the emperor didn't dare to offend them. But Qiao Shuang seemed to have connected the three great clans of the great Xia together. Are you done? Ling Xiao nodded and downed the wine in his glass. He turned to look at Xiaofeng and said, Do you have a problem with me asking your fiancée to dance? To be able to dance for you is Shuanger's honor, Feng Wushang's honor, and our great Xiao's honor. I think even if Qiao Yunli knew, he would be deeply grateful to you. Xiaofeng, who was originally not good with words, suddenly seemed to have become a completely different person. His witty words flowed like pearls and he was impassioned. F***CK. How could I dare to have an opinion? I just want to live a peaceful life. cultivate diligently and preserve my lowly life. I don't want to die young like I did in my previous life. As for Sikong Hui, of course I don't want to lose you. After all, we are brothers. But I don't want to die even more. How dare you challenge my authority? Even if your father is here, he will have to kneel down. You don't know what death is. Ling Xiao snorted coldly, and the aura of an immortal emperor spread out from his body. The entire dreamy cloud immortal tower trembled violently, and all the ancient clan geniuses knelt down on the ground. Even Sikong Hui felt a great force descend from the sky, and it forcefully crushed him onto the ground. Plop! Young master, please calm down. Especially the three princes of the great Xia dynasty. They hated Sikong Hui even more. However, their father had given a death order. Whoever dared to reveal His Excellency's identity would have their entire family wiped out. His entire family wiped out? Wouldn't that mean that their father would be wiped out as well? Hiss! What a ruthless and cruel order. No wonder it was a death order. You, Xiafeng, I misjudged you. Sikong Hui prostrated himself on the ground, his eyes wide open. He didn't expect this young man to be an immortal emperor. But even so, what was even more unexpected was that the first prince that he had always respected, the first prince that he had a close relationship with, was actually such a heartless and gutless coward. Even if the person in front of him came from the central region, and even came from the saint sect, he was a man. Even if he couldn't protect his fiancée because of his strength, his attitude was simply shameful. No wonder Shuang was so depressed before. Pucci! With that thought, Sikong Hui spat out a mouthful of blood, and his aura instantly weakened. Beep! The destined child and brother have a rift in their hearts. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points. At this time, even Ling Xiao looked at Sikong Hui in surprise. Did this guy take the wrong script? The destined child wasn't even excited, so why are you so excited? Who cares? Anyway, it's good enough that I can plunder luck points. Since ancient times, there have been many licks. The ancients didn't lie to me. Young master, please calm down. Finally, Qiao Shuang's face was filled with bitterness and sadness. She stood up and walked in front of Sikong Hui, blocking Ling Xiao's gaze. I'll jump. Young master, please forgive my brother's impulse. Oh! Ling Xiao sneered. It's not impossible to forgive him. If you drink up this jar of wine, I'll spare his dog life. For Ling Xiao, it didn't matter whether Sikong Hui died or not. He was just an ant. What he wanted to do now was to humiliate Qiao Shuang. The more Xiafeng acted, the angrier Sikong Hui would be. In this way, the plot could proceed according to his plan. After all, when Xiafeng's best brother saw him as a devil with his own eyes, the world would not doubt him. In this world, what was the most terrifying thing? Of course, it was the human heart and those mouths that could talk anyway. Shuang don't. Sikong Hui held Qiao Shuang's hand. This scene fell into the eyes of the crowd, and they instantly became a little playful. Sure enough, the rumor was true. This Sikong Hui loved Qiao Shuang. Previously, they thought that this might be a rumor deliberately spread by someone when Sikong Hui returned to the imperial court. But now, looking at the man and woman in the building who went through life and death together and protected each other, they seemed to believe the rumor might not be false. At least now, it seemed that there was something wrong with this adulterous man and woman. Brother Hui, didn't Count Zhongyi tell you? This. Young master, you must not offend him. Otherwise, the consequences. It's fine, isn't it just drinking and dancing? Did you forget that Shuang is best at dancing? Although Qiao Shuang was comforting Sikong Hui, the humiliation in her beautiful eyes could not be concealed. Shuang Sikong Hui's eyes were blood red. How could he not know that this big shot in front of him had a background that even his father was afraid of? But at this time he couldn't do anything alone. If he went against him, Would he really have to pay the price of the entire Sikong clan? Alright, if brother cares about Shuang, don't make things difficult for Shuang. Shuang, you have suffered. It's okay, Brother Hui. Anyway, you're back. I believe that Shuang will not be like before in the future. Besides, what kind of suffering is this? If Shuang can exchange for brother's life, it's worth it, even if Shuang dies. Xiao Shuang smiled faintly and walked to Ling Zhao's side. She picked up the jar of strong wine and drank it directly. Beside her, Xiao Feng frowned slightly. His eyes seemed to be gloomy. F***CK. You too. Do you really think I'm dead? Chapter 410. Xiao Feng was a coward. After all, his previous life was too short. Now that he was reborn at the age of 10, of course, he would cherish the second chance given to him by the heavens. Xiao Shuang's dance was not considered a humiliation for that lord. In fact, Xiao Feng felt that it was an honor for her. If the Lord was happy and rewarded her with some upper realm treasures, wouldn't that be a great fortune? But what's wrong with Sikong Hui? He kept contradicting the Lord and even openly held Xiao Shuang's hand and made a solemn vow of love. Did I misjudge him? Does he really love Xiao Shuang? He called me brother just to get closer to her and get sister-in-law first? To be honest, Xiao Feng did not care much about Xiao Shuang. Even if it was Sikong Hui, he was just using him. However, the woman he did not care about, the woman who was not worthy of him, was being intimate with the pawn he used? If he could still tolerate this, he would not be a coward, but a fool. A joke. He would be the talk of the world. Beep. The destined child is angry. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points. Clang. By the time Xiao Shuang placed the wine jar on the table, her beautiful face had turned completely red. Inexplicably, there was a hint of seductive charm. Young master, I've finished the wine. Begin your performance. Ling Xiao nodded and turned to look at the geniuses of Great Xia. Instantly, everyone trembled and had the urge to pee. Damn! Although at this moment, they still did not know who Ling Xiao was. However, could this delay their surging admiration for the latter? The prince who slapped the fan, the son of Count Zhongyi, and the daughter of the imperial advisor, the #1 beauty of Great Xia, Xiao Shuang, to dance. What kind of heavenly power was this? What kind of dominance was this? Furthermore, looking at the eldest prince's expression, he did not seem to be angry at all. Instead, he seemed to be excited. Hiss! Does anyone know how to play a musical instrument? Play a musical instrument for this beauty? Ling Xiao smiled gently, completely different from his previous ferocious demeanor. Young master, I know how to play. Young master, I know how to play too. Dance. Soon, the sound of string music could be heard from the restaurant. There was a young master playing the zither, a proud daughter playing the flute, and a prince holding a flute. It was a lively scene. In front of the crowd, Xiao Shuang danced gracefully like a fairy. Even Xiao Feng had an intoxicated look on his face as he stared at the beautiful figure. He was completely engrossed in her beauty. Only Sikong, who sat alone at the corner, and there wasn't a single person accompanying him in the surroundings. It was completely different from when he'd just entered the restaurant. What general? What Count Zhongyi? Compared to this young master in front of him, what was he worth? What? Were we licking her just now? Please, how could that be called licking? Small talk, do you understand? Cultivators of our generation pursue the Tao wholeheartedly without any distractions. How could we do such a shameless thing? If I had to lick, I would choose to lick this young master from the Shenzhou continent. Come, raise your hands and shake them for me. Ling Xiao stretched out his hand and clapped to the beat. Looking at the group of so-called geniuses of the great Xia dynasty twisting their bodies, his lips curled into a smile. This is life. Look, isn't it great that everyone is happy? Life is bitter and short. Why should we always scheme and scheme? Of course, happiness is the most important thing. Late into the night, the geniuses were panting and sweating profusely. They were either lying down or sitting in front of the table with unfocused gazes. Only then did Ling Xiao casually take out an immortal herb that contained spiritual essence and throw it on the ground. You danced well. After saying that, he left in a carefree manner. Qiao Shuang stood in the same spot. Her pretty face was flushed, and it was unknown whether it was due to exhaustion or embarrassment. In short, her eyes were empty and lonely. At this moment, Xia Feng immediately walked to her side and gently touched her arm. Shuang, quickly put away that spirit herb. What the young master gave may not be from this world. Oh, Qiao Shuang sighed softly and said with a somewhat sarcastic tone, not from this world? Could it be from the upper world? Shu, no one except the royal family of the great Xia dynasty knows about this. Previously, the Lord gave me a spirit herb, which is from the upper world. It can protect my Tao laws. Xia Feng gave Qiao Shuang a look. Not far away, Sikong Hui suddenly walked to his side and pushed him to the side. Shuang, we don't care about spirit treasures. Let me send you home. Perhaps it's going to rain outside. Qiao Shuang looked deeply at Xia Feng. Protected by Sikong Hui, she walked out of the Immortal's tower. When they walked to the side of the spirit herb, Sikong Hui actually stomped on it and crushed it into pieces. It's raining? Xia Feng's eyes were gloomy as he watched the two of them leave. Only then did he walk to the spirit herb and pick it up from the ground. Damn, he was still too young. Being impulsive would not solve anything. If he wanted to be respected, he had to become stronger regardless of anything. One day, all of you will understand that everything you have now is nothing but a fleeting cloud, a gaudy dream. Only strength is the foundation of life. Crunch, crunch. After saying that, Xia Feng directly stuffed the broken spirit herb into his mouth. A wave of rich spiritual energy instantly spread. Even his second stage, divine general realm, showed signs of loosening. It was indeed a spirit treasure bestowed by the Lord. One spirit herb was equivalent to 10 years of bitter cultivation. Humiliation. Ridicule? What was the big deal? As long as one stood at the top of the sky and held the stars in one's hand, one could have everything one wanted. Remember, the higher one stood, the more outstanding the people one would meet. Work hard to climb up and don't care about others' opinions. Look, the young men and women in this restaurant were all nobles and prides in the eyes of the world. However, in front of the Lord, they were no different from pigs and dogs. After all, only those who had died once would understand what was most important. The first prince ate that spirit herb. I think so. He stomped it to that extent. This first prince is really... The prodigies looked at him with ridicule, especially Xia Cheng and Xia Li. They sneered and said, Big brother is indeed the pride of our great Xia. Ha ha ha, ha. Xia Feng did not refute, or rather, he was too lazy to refute. Go ahead and laugh. One day, you won't even have the chance to cry. However, Sikong Hui, you made me very unhappy today. Dragon Fortune City, on the ancient street. Sikong Hui's expression was gloomy, but he did not say anything. Qiao Shuang was also silent, and her beautiful face was sad. The two of them walked along the long street. There were no stars tonight, and the cold wind was bone-chilling. There was indeed a torrential downpour. When did it start? Sikong Hui only spoke softly when the two of them walked to the west of the city and reached an empty stone bridge. Brother Hui, what did you say? I said, when did that bastard Xia Feng start to humiliate you? Sikong Hui roared in anger, his words passionate. However, Qiao Shuang directly reached out and covered his mouth. Brother Hui, you're crazy. Xia Feng, no matter what, he's still the first prince of the great Xia. If others hear this, so what if they hear it? Without my Sikong clan and your Qiao clan, can Xia Sheng sit on the throne? Since our clans can help him up, we can also drag him down. Sikong Hui's eyes seemed to flicker with spiritual light, and his entire person became somewhat cold and terrifying. Brother Hui! Xiao Shuang covered her mouth, and her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. Your arrogant master just took Emperor Xia as a slave, and you actually want to drag him down? I think you're not courting death at all. You're crazily running naked on the road to death. Chapter 411. Actually, Brother Hui! Xiao Shuang sighed and took the initiative to hold Sikong Hui's arm. Don't ever say anything about overthrowing the Xia clan again. Otherwise, it will be a crime to exterminate the entire clan. Shuang Hu! Sikong Hui's body trembled, especially when he felt the warmth of the girl's hand. His heart couldn't help but ripple. Actually, I feel that Emperor Xia should have noticed that something is wrong with Xiaofeng. Xiao Shuang gently pressed her face against Sikong Hui's arm. Brother Hui, do you still remember when we were young? We often came here to play. Shuang, what do you know? Tell me. Don't worry. Even if I die, I will help you. In recent years, Emperor Xia has been increasingly wary of the first prince. I didn't think much of it before, but a few days ago... Xiao Shuang hesitated for a long time, but finally shook her head and smiled. Forget it. I didn't even notice that mysterious young master. I'm afraid I'm overthinking. Shuang, you're making me anxious. If you don't tell me, I'll immediately capture Xiaofeng and beat him until he tells me. I'll tell you. Brother Hui, can you not be so impulsive? Xiao Shuang smiled bitterly, but her expression became inexplicably serious. Brother Hui, I went out with Xiaofeng to train and lost my memory for a period of time. On the way back, I found a strange spirit flower on his chest. It looked very similar to the Emperor Vane's spirit gold of the great Zhou's eldest princess. Damn. Actually, she had never seen an Emperor Vane's spirit gold. This excuse was taught to her by Ling Xiao. When framing someone, one must not be too direct. Otherwise, it would seem deliberate. Let others explore and discover for themselves. Sigh, the process of finding the truth will make people believe without a doubt. At that time, Xia Feng's identity would be exposed and he would be so angry that he would kill his good brother. Are you really not considering me for this year's Best Director Award? W8. What? You mean? Sikong Hui's face turned pale. He seemed to be in disbelief. The Emperor Vane's spirit gold was not used by a demon. Wait. That demon used the Xia clan's inherited cultivation technique, the divine dragon seal. But although Xia Feng's cultivation level had improved rapidly in recent years, he was only at the divine general level. Was it possible that he was in cahoots with the devil? Sigh. I didn't believe it at first, but in the past few years he has become more and more evil, making me feel very unfamiliar. Xiao Shuang let go of Sikong Hui and hugged her arms. It was unknown whether it was because of the cold or because of fear, but her delicate body gradually trembled. What? So that's how it is. So that's how it is. No wonder he is so afraid of that mysterious young master. He has a guilty conscience and is afraid of exposing his identity. Sikong Hui nodded and sneered, and killing intent flowed within his eyes. But what's he doing all of this for? Previously, I unintentionally heard Xiaofeng mention that he seems to have an enemy who is very powerful. Even with the strength of the great Xia, we might not be able to kill that enemy. Thus, I guess that he might have turned into a demon due to hatred and wanted to become stronger. The desolation on Xiao Shuang's face didn't seem to be fake, and it instantly dispelled the doubts in Sikong Hui's heart. Shuang, don't worry. If Xiaofeng is really a demon, I will never let him go. Don't worry. Tomorrow, I will use the excuse of sparring as an excuse to invite all the important ministers and experts of the great Xia dynasty to personally unveil Xiaofeng's hypocritical mask. Sikong Hui did not doubt Xiao Shuang's words at all. Moreover, if the spiritual gold in Xiaofeng's possession was really the one that was lost in the great Zhou dynasty, everything would come to light. Even if he was not a demon, he would definitely be related to the devil. At that time, there would be no place for him in the western border, even if he did not bring the spiritual gold with him. It was just a sparring match, and Sikong Hui's purpose would not be exposed. After all, there was still time. He would definitely find a way to expose Xiafeng's conspiracy. Wonderful. Do you think that I, Sikong Hui, am only able to achieve what I have today because of brash bravery? What I rely on is my unparalleled intelligence. Then, Brother Hui, will you be in danger? Xiao Shuang seemed to be very worried. After all, Xiafeng's strength was indeed very strong. At the very least, he could be ranked in the top 3 among the younger generation of the great Xia dynasty. Humph. Don't worry, Shuang-er. Just watch. Although Xiafeng is strong, he is only a 2nd grade divine general, 1 grade higher than me. Moreover, since he is a demon cultivator, he will definitely not dare to use his true strength. When the time comes. But, Brother Hui, I don't want you to take risks at all. Xiao Shuang's beautiful eyes were red. She looked like she was about to cry. I know. Shuang, I will definitely protect myself. Don't worry. After saying that, the two of them hugged each other tightly. The scene was very heartwarming. However, at the end of the long street in the distance, Xiafeng looked at the two of them calmly. There was no trace of anger on his face. With his strength, he could not eavesdrop on the conversation between the two of them. However, this shameless couple obviously had an affair. In this way, what can I do? Of course, I will forgive her and help her. In Xiafeng's eyes, whether it was Xiao Shuang or Sikong Hui, they were just tools. All he could rely on in the great Xia dynasty was the forces behind these two people. Once he parted ways with Sikong Hui, there would be no possibility for him to get a share of the great Xia dynasty. Although Xiafeng could use the memories of his previous life to know the opening times of the various secret realms in the western border and even the ancient treasures hidden in them. However, if he did not have the identity of the great Xia dynasty's first prince or crown prince, how could he compete with the geniuses of the other dynasties? Foresight was indeed his golden finger, but the prerequisite was that he had enough strength to obtain the treasures. Moreover, those ancient secret realms had restrictions. When they opened, there would often be divine and celestial scenes appearing, as if they were afraid that others would not know that they were about to appear. Even if Xiafeng knew their location, he could not enter if they did not appear. What? They entered in other people's novels. That could only be said that they were not careful. Otherwise, take a look. Which one of the male protagonists who was destined to be reborn secretly dug out the ruins of an entire continent? The relics must have appeared and attracted countless geniuses. With the memories of their previous lives, they would make arrangements and plans to give a strong slap in the face. If there was no one, how could he show off? If he did not show off, what was the use of this golden finger? Therefore, at this time, Xiafeng decided. He wanted to let this shameless couple show off their full potential. As long as the great Xia dynasty was in his hands and his position was stable, then wouldn't it be easy for him to kill anyone? However, before that, he had to make a deal with Xiao Shuang and completely control this granddaughter of the Grand Tutor. As he thought of this, a cold look flashed across Xiafeng's eyes. He turned around and walked toward the center of the imperial city. Not long after he left, Ling Zhao's figure appeared in the void above. His eyes were clear and contained a hint of surprise. This chosen one was really cowardly. His fiancée was already in his arms. How could he still be calm? Fine, since you are not going to fight. Then I can only let Sikong Hui fight you. Chapter 412. Outside the Grand Tutor's residence, Sikong Hui bid farewell to Xiao Shuang and walked into the distance. Xiao Shuang's eyes were also filled with reluctance. However, after the figure completely disappeared, her expression inexplicably turned cold. Now that her consciousness was being controlled, the strongest Grand Tutor of the Qiao family was in seclusion. Thus, no one had discovered the soul seal in Xiao Shuang's soul sea. Eldest Mississippi Outside the residence, the two guards bowed. Just as Qiao Shuang walked forward with an indifferent expression, a gentle laugh came from behind her. Shuang HM? Qiao Shuang was stunned. When she turned around, Xia Feng was already in front of her. Eldest Prince, F***CK. Before today, she was still calling him Brother Feng. In just a short day, she was now calling him Eldest Prince. Fine, what is a woman? She will only affect my path to the pinnacle of the world. In my eyes, you are just a tool. Oh, the one from Cold Moon, Celestial Palace, is different. Although she is also a woman, she will not affect my path to the pinnacle of the world. She will even help me become an immortal. I have something to discuss with you. Xia Feng smiled bitterly, seemingly a little disappointed. Qiao Shuang looked at him in confusion. Eldest Prince, it is already so late. Let's talk about it tomorrow. This is very important. It is related to the future of you and the Grand Tutor's residence. Shuang, I have booked a room in the Pear Garden. Come over when you have thought about it. In the end, Xia Feng did not try to persuade her. He turned and left. He believed that Qiao Shuang would definitely come. This was because she felt guilty towards herself in her heart. Thus, she felt uneasy and urgently wanted to know why Xia Feng was looking for her. At the same time, she did not dare to gamble with the future of the Grand Tutor's residence. Eldest Miss, do you want us to accompany you? Outside the Grand Tutor's residence, the two guards on duty walked up to Qiao Shuang and asked coldly. It was already late at night, and the eldest prince was asking their eldest miss to a room? Although the two of them were already engaged, if this kind of behavior was spread out, it would still have a negative impact on the Qiao family. However, Qiao Shuang's pretty face was inexplicably cold. Xia Feng, you are really good at assisting. No need. In the Pear Garden's top pavilion, Xia Feng sat on a soft couch and sipped a cup of tea. There was a serious look on his face. In less than a year, the Immortal Palace secret realm would open. The entire western border knew that there was a heavenly fortune that could allow one to break through the last step in the secret realm. Xia Feng had no idea whether the rumors were true or not. After all, in his previous life, he had died before the end of the mystic realm. However, there were many spiritual treasures and cultivation methods hidden in the secret realm that could be said to be miraculous. For example, the black flood dragon blood seal that he cultivated. Although it was an inheritance of the devil Tao, it did possess a heaven-defying might. At this moment, he clearly remembered the other places in the secret realm that contained inheritances. As long as he could get in and bring enough subordinates with him to hide in the dark, who could compete with him in the western border? First Prince! Suddenly, a gentle female voice came from outside the door. Xia Feng's lips curled into a smile. Come in. When the door opened, Qiao Shuang seemed to be nervous. Humph! It's right to be nervous. What did you think you could hide from me? Bitch! You're still alive because you're still useful to me. When you're no longer useful, I'll use the blood seal to torture you. First Prince, it's so late. Why are you looking for me? Qiao Shuang looked flustered. She kept a safe distance from Xia Feng. Of course, everything she was doing now was just an act. After all, she had the guidance of the best director and the best actor. Everyone was serious about acting. She had to put herself in. She had to be realistic. Her emotions had to be exaggerated to the extreme. Can't I look for you for no reason? Xia Feng sneered. After all, there were no outsiders here. He didn't have to pretend to be harmless like before. First Prince, you're exaggerating. Where did you go just now? Xia Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. However, Qiao Shuang's face was inexplicably pale. After I left the Cloudy Dream Immortal Tower, I went straight back to my residence. Oh? Is that so? Did I see wrongly? It wasn't you on the stone bridge in the west of the city? First Prince. Qiao Shuang's eyes were filled with panic. Then she knelt on the ground. In the end, this country belonged to the Xia family. What she and Sikong Hui did tonight was no different from slapping the imperial family's face. Once this matter spread out, the Qiao family would not have any face to protect her. They might even sacrifice her to protect their family. Humph. Qiao Shuang, I trusted you so much. If I report this matter to Imperial Father, what do you think the Qiao family and Sikong family will pay? Xia Feng got up and walked to Qiao Shuang. He gently pinched her chin. Oh, with our Xia family's current strength, we couldn't deal with both your families at the same time. But now, that lord is still in the palace. With his strength, do you think the state preceptor and Count Zhongyi would dare to rebel? First Prince. Qiao Shuang seemed to be at a loss. Her delicate body trembled and went limp on the ground. However, I can give you a chance now. If you swear on your Dao heart that you'll be loyal to me in the future and use the Qiao family's foundation to help me ascend to the throne, not only will I not blame you, I'll even give you to Sikong Hui. You like him very much, don't you? Seeing that the time was almost ripe, Xia Feng's expression suddenly turned serious. What? First Prince? You really don't blame me? Qiao Shuang looked up with disbelief in her eyes. That's right. Not only will I not blame you, but as long as you perform well, I'll guarantee your Qiao family's prosperity for 100 years. Xia Feng snorted coldly. There seemed to be a domineering aura between his brows. What do you think? I'm willing. I swear on my Dao heart that I'll do whatever it takes to help you ascend to the throne. I only beg you to let Brother Hui go. Tears glistened in Qiao Shuang's eyes. In the end, she gritted her teeth and swore on her Dao heart. Let him go. Ha ha ha, what a pair of lovers. As long as you let Brother Hui go, Shuang is willing to do anything. Qiao Shuang blushed. The meaning behind her words was self-evident. Anything? Xia Feng was stunned. He hated this adulterous couple, but he did not have any dirty thoughts. After all, he was the son of destiny. How could he be as shameless as the villain? Brother Feng, I'm willing to compensate you. Please protect the dignity of my Qiao family. After saying that, Qiao Shuang took the initiative to pull up her dress, revealing her snow-white shoulders. Gulp. Xia Feng was a pervert, but he was a man after all. Qiao Shuang was so proactive. No, he had to restrain himself. After all, the guard saw him bringing Qiao Shuang to Pear Garden tonight. However, inexplicably, there seemed to be a ball of evil fire burning in his heart. An abnormal scarlet color flashed across his eyes. Right at this moment, he seemed to feel the world in front of him suddenly turn dark. Then, Qiao Shuang's figure pounced on him. At the same time, Ling Zhao's figure suddenly appeared out of thin air in the private room. With a light flick of his finger, the powder instantly turned into ashes. Then he looked at the shy and rosy face in front of him, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Before Qiao Shuang could react, he picked her up and pressed her under his body. He had to admit that since Qiao Shuang was known as the #1 beauty of the great Xia dynasty, her figure and appearance were not bad. Although it couldn't be considered top-notch, it was small and exquisite, with curves in the right places. Master, don't! For the entire night, Xia Feng could hear waves of cheers coming from beside him, and he was lying on the floor with an intoxicated expression, doing the same thing to the air. On the soft bed, Qiao Shuang's face was red and she was panting. She looked at the young man below with a languid expression. At this moment, he really looked like a dog. You know what to do now. Ling Xiao stretched and a star robe condensed on his body. A cold smile bloomed on his face. Now that Qiao Shuang had surrendered, Xia Feng's next target would definitely be Sikong Hui. With his intellect, he could only play the role of brotherly love and fulfill your wishes. Sikong Hui was touched. Sister-in-law becoming daughter-in-law was a joyous occasion. This big brother was really good. What a pity. This plan of yours is destined to fail. Xiao Shuang's value had been squeezed dry. Therefore, she probably would not survive the next chapter. As villains, of course, they had to be more cautious. If they did not want to be found out, they had to be dead. And when the time came, what? Shuang, I was brought to Lixiang Garden by Xiaofeng last night. After the Brotherhood, it was time to get angry for a woman. Xiaofeng, you true demon. Chapter 413. At dawn, Xiaofeng woke up in a daze. Xiao Shuang was no longer in the room. He was lying on the floor. However, the bloodstains on the bed seemed to be proof of last night's revelry. But inexplicably, Xiaofeng looked at his tidy clothes and felt that something was not quite right. Did I do it? I probably did it. My waist still hurts. But why does it feel so unreal? Actually, it's not unreal. It's just that I've already stopped. But Xiao Shuang's voice still seems to be ringing in my ears. It seems to have been ringing the whole night. Forget it. I'm probably too tired and I'm hallucinating. At the same time, outside the Imperial Advisor's residence, Xiao Shuang walked to the door and deliberately pulled her hair and clothes. Her face was full of loneliness. Eldest young mistress. Outside the door, the two guards' eyes narrowed, especially when they saw their young mistress' current state. Could it be that the first prince really? Don't tell anyone. Don't tell grandfather. Also, it's cold. Remember to wear thicker clothes when you're on duty at night. Xiao Shuang's eyes were filled with tears. Her tone was tired. She walked into the residence and went straight to her own palace. He was a servant after all. If he gave him some worthless care, he should just die. Eldest young mistress is really kind and compassionate to her servants. To be able to protect young mistress in this life, I can die without regrets. But should we report it to the Imperial Advisor? Eldest young mistress must have been bullied. The Imperial Advisor is at a critical moment in his seclusion. If we disturb him now, but eldest young mistress, sigh, she will marry into the Xia family eventually. If the first prince dares to betray young mistress in the future, does he really think that we don't know that the so-called demon dragon was directed and acted by Xiaxing himself? In the realm, Ling Xiao stood in the Sky Palace. Ning was practicing a set of fist techniques in front of him. In just half a month's time, the little girl's cultivation had actually stepped into the Soul Sea realm. Her providence had also increased to 1,500 points. She was indeed the destined girl. She was born extraordinary. As long as she cultivated step by step, she would always stand out among her peers. At this moment, the spiritual qi in this area was so dense that it could be said to be terrifying. The god emperors and god kings of the Xing clan and Fire clan also had breakthroughs recently. Ning, do you have a spirit treasure that you like? For example, swords, sabers, or something like that. Forget it. You pick one yourself. Ling Xiao took out his cosmos ring and waved it casually. Spiritual lights flashed all over the sky, and piles of spirit treasures appeared in front of him instantly. Dense spirit qi spread out, forming layers of ripples in the air. Roar! Floey's figure instantly appeared in the sky. Her dog eyes shone with a strange light, and there seemed to be sparkling at the corner of her mouth. Ah! Ning was startled. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He struck out with his palm and sent Hua Hua fan flying 1,000 feet away. You scared my Ning. I'll eat you. Don't worry, Ning. This is Big Brother's pet. You're the ruler of this realm. If you don't like anyone, just draw your blade. Take your time. Don't be in a hurry. If you see something you like, just pick it up. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and walked into the palace. Yi Qingchan was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. She seemed to be cultivating. At this moment, a terrifying coldness was spreading around her. The entire hall was as cold as winter, piercingly cold. Suddenly, thunderclouds gathered in the sky above the palace. Countless bolts of black lightning snaked across the sky, trying to tear the girl apart. She made a breakthrough. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows. Lightning flashed around him. However, in the next instant, the tribulation lightning that was originally descending suddenly stopped. Looking closely, there seemed to be frost on it. In half a second, it broke on its own. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes. He had a better understanding of Yi Qingchan's strength. This girl usually didn't show her strength, but her true combat strength was probably beyond the level of a divine general. Even though Ling Xiao was a divine lord, he was still a bit afraid of the ice power that she had just used. Buzz! Yi Qingchan opened her eyes. There was a flash of blue in them. But at this moment, she didn't seem to be happy. Deep in her eyes, there was a hint of disappointment. Master! But when she saw the figure in front of her, Yi Qingchan's face lit up. She turned into a blur and threw herself into Ling Xiao's arms. What's wrong? Why are you crying after making a breakthrough? Ling Xiao lowered his head and looked at Yi Qingchan's red eyes. His face was calm. Nothing. It's just that I'm very happy to see you. Master, I don't want to leave you for even a second. As long as you don't want to, no one can make you leave. Ling Xiao said indifferently, but Yi Qingchan raised her head in surprise and looked at him. Is that true? Is there really no one who can make Qingchan leave? But why do I feel like I'm going to leave you? Master, if I really forget you one day, please don't be angry, okay? I'm not afraid of the heavenly Tao's reincarnation. I'm not afraid of my soul being destroyed. Yes, I won't leave you, Master. Yi Qingchan squeezed out a smile, but she hugged Ling Xiao even tighter. Brother, clang. The sound of something heavy falling to the ground came from the door. Ling Xiao and Yi Qingchan turned around. They saw Ning, covering her eyes. A white lotus had fallen in front of her. It was Hua Yang's Tao artifact, the White Lotus of Void. Perhaps she was worried that she would break the Tao artifact. She covered her eyes with one hand and quickly squatted down. She picked up the White Lotus and covered her eyes again. Yi Qingchan smiled through her tears. Ling Xiao shook his head with a bitter smile. This girl is so cute. Have you chosen? Ning only opened her hands and nodded shyly when Ling Xiao and Yi Qingchan walked over hand in hand. This White Lotus of Void is not bad. But Ning, why did you only choose one? Brother, one is enough. I don't need too many Tao artifacts now. Ning, pursed her red lips. She looked very obedient. Come, I'll choose a few more suitable ones for you. In the end, under Ling Xiao's insistence, Ning had 3 more spiritual treasures in her hands. They were a Tao artifact robe, an octagonal ancient pagoda, and a green jade pendant. Okay, these 3 are all defensive treasures. I'll be at ease if you carry them with you. Ling Xiao smiled and rubbed Ning's head. She smiled and said, Anyway, I won't leave you. With you around, who dares to bully me? One day, you will grow up and look for your own opportunities. Ling Xiao shook his head and looked at the sky. Ning pouted and muttered, I don't want to. I want to follow you, Dragon Fortune City, the first Prince's Hall. Sikong Hui looked at Xia Feng coldly. There was no longer the reverence on his face. He was a devil. Just this point was enough for Sikong Hui to completely break up with him. Fine. I'll invite you to a martial arts competition and expose your hypocritical face in front of you. Brother Hui, I called you here because I have something to discuss with you. Xia Feng smiled bitterly and sighed softly. If you have something to say, just say it. I also have something to tell you. Sikong Hui's expression remained indifferent. He hated it. He hated that he went to the border for 3 years and didn't accompany Qiao Shuang. One could imagine how Shuang had spent the past 3 years. Following a devil all day, it must be like a year. Devil. Everyone had the right to kill him. Oh, okay, then I'll say it first. Brother Hui, I've thought about it for a long time and feel that you and Shuang are the most compatible. Boom! The fluctuations outside Sikong, Huey's body, surged for an instant. Then he looked at Xiaofeng with a dumbfounded expression. What was he up to now? Give Qiao Shuang to me? What do you mean? Sikong Hui was a little confused and excited, but his rationality told him to restrain himself. After all, a devil's mind was too sinister. If he was not careful, he might fall into his trap. Brother Hui, I know you think I'm weak, cowardly and not like a man, but have you really considered my feelings? Xiaofeng raised his head and looked outside the hall. There were tears in his eyes. Chapter 4:14. How do you feel? Sikong Hui frowned and suddenly remembered the rainy night at the border. That day he rushed into the enemy's camp and fell into a trap. It was Xiaofeng who led hundreds of cavalry and descended from the sky to save him. At that moment, to be honest, Sikong Hui was touched, especially the countless scars on Xiaofeng's body, which made him secretly swear that no matter what he became in the future, he would follow him to death, not for the dragon protection, not for the scholarly achievements, but for the bloody battle tonight. Probably the young men at that age were all hot-blooded and righteous, even though his father had warned him time and time again that the royal family had no sincerity. But Sikong Hui still felt grateful to Xiaofeng in his heart. However, never in his wildest dreams did he expect that Xiaofeng would summon him to the imperial palace for, "My life has been difficult and difficult. What I say and do is not up to me. I have to be cautious and humble, step by step." Why? Xiaofeng smiled bitterly with sorrow in his eyes. "I lost my mother when I was 10 years old. I endured and worked hard. Being in the imperial palace, I was targeted everywhere. Even my father was wary of me." The more Xiaofeng spoke, the more agitated he became. "Do you think I can be like you, acting recklessly and doing things according to my heart? If I can't get the world, I can only die. But you, with the Sikong family's support, you will never fall into a desperate situation. Sikong Hui, do you think I don't want to give Shuang her happiness? I can't do it. How many people in the imperial capital want me to die? If I care too much about Shuang, she will eventually become a chess piece in the eyes of others. Forget it. Instead of 3 people suffering, it's better to let me bear it alone. You are my brother, and she is my love. I will be relieved to entrust her to you. In this way, I can have no distractions and wholeheartedly fight for the throne." Boom! Suddenly, there was a spiritual light outside Xiaofeng's body. The temperature of the entire hall dropped a few degrees for no reason at this time. Sikong Hui stared blankly at the young man in front of him. His lips trembled slightly, and he didn't say anything for a long time. Big brother. It turned out, Big Brother's heart was so complicated and bitter. So what if he is a devil, who said that all devils are ruthless and ruthless? I think Big Brother is very good. For the sake of Shuang's happiness, he shouldered his own pain and wanted to entrust her to me. For such a person, the only reason he became a devil was to become stronger. Only then would he be able to protect the people he loved. For the first time in his life, Sikong Hui felt that the devil was different from what he had imagined. "Little brother Hun, have you understood?" Xiaofeng sighed, but there was a strange gloom in his eyes. "Sikong Hui, there will come a day when I will uproot the Sikong clan." "Big brother." "I understand now. Don't worry, in the future, I will definitely use the power of the Sikong clan to help you ascend the throne." Sikong Hui took a deep breath, and his gaze toward Xiaofeng was filled with gratitude. Everything made sense. Xiaofeng had probably turned into a demon for the sake of power. He had pretended to be cold to Shuang heir, but in fact he was protecting her. But why did he kill the great Zhou's eldest princess and seize the Emperor Vane's spirit gold? Could it be that Big Brother's body was unwell? Yes, that must be it. Although devil cultivators improve their realms quickly, Their mental states are often unstable. This was the reason why people often said that devils did as they pleased. It was really difficult for them to control their hearts. The spirit gold was Great Zhou's precious treasure. It was said that it could nourish the heart meridian and calm the mind. Big brother! You! Oh no, oh no! Just as Sikong Hui was about to ask Xiao Feng about it with a bitter expression, a panicked voice suddenly came from outside the main hall. Xiao Feng frowned slightly. When he turned his head, he saw an imperial guard rushing over in a panic. When he saw Sikong Hui, he was obviously stunned for a moment. Why are you panicking? First Prince, just say it. General Sikong is not an outsider. Yes, First Prince. Miss Qiao Shuang is dead. What? In an instant, Xiao Feng and Sikong Hui were stunned at the same time. Then they were shocked and resentful. What the F***? It was not easy for me to trick Sikong Hui into working for me. I was ready to launch an all-out attack and ascend the throne in one fell swoop. In the end, I lost my bargaining chip. Moreover, for some reason, Xiao Feng felt a faint sense of uneasiness in his heart. I thought I was standing on the 10th floor. Why do I feel that there is someone on the 11th floor now? What is going on? Sikong Hun grabbed the guard's armor and roared. I don't know, but I heard that the Grand Tutor has come out of seclusion. Now, everyone in the Qiao family is crying. Whoosh! Sikong Hui gritted his teeth and rushed out of the palace without caring about Xiao Feng, who was behind him. How could it be? He was imagining the scene of their wedding just now. How could Qiao Shuang be dead? When they parted yesterday, although she was haggard, she was clearly happy. Who is it? Who killed my Shuang? Xiao Feng did not speak from the beginning to the end. He only looked at Sikong Hui, who had disappeared into the distance, with a serious expression. He was secretly muttering to himself. What is going on? Qiao Shuang obviously liked Sikong Hui. Otherwise, she would not have gone to the pear garden to look for me last night. But how could she be dead in just one night? The Grand Tutor's residence was heavily guarded. Moreover, the Grand Tutor, Qiao Yunli, was guarding it, a 6th-grade divine emperor. Not to mention ordinary people. Even divine emperors could not easily enter the residence to kill Qiao Shuang, unless Xiao Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as a figure appeared in his mind. But it did not make sense. Why would that lord kill Qiao Shuang? If he wanted, the entire Great Xia could be turned into ashes with a snap of his fingers. Was it the Empress? Or the second prince and the others? In the end, Xiao Feng took out 2 spiritual talismans from his Qingkuan bag. He held them in his hand and walked out of the palace. Qiao Shuang was still his fiancée in name. She was dead. If he did not show up, he was afraid that he would attract more criticism. He found the 2 spiritual talismans in an ancient site. One could shift space, and the other could withstand a blow from a divine emperor. No matter who killed Qiao Shuang, someone was going to make a move on him. In the Grand Tutor's residence, a divine power rushed to the sky. All the guards and maids knelt on the ground in fear. In the center of the palace, Qiao Shuang's body was placed on a jade bed. In front of her, a white-haired old man in a black robe stood quietly. A wisp of majestic power was about to pour down like a sudden rain. Boom! Shuang. It was not until Sikong Hui barged in that the silent and oppressive atmosphere in the palace was broken. Qiao Yunli frowned slightly as he looked at the young man who knelt in front of Qiao Shuang's coffin. His old eyes were deep and seemed to have stars in them. You are that boy from the Sikong family? Grandfather Qiao. Shuang, or how did you die? Sikong Hui's eyes were blood-red from tears, and the ferocious look on his face made Qiao Yunli feel a little apprehensive. He did not expect that the first person to come today would be young Master Sikong. Shuang. Immediately after, another cry of grief came from outside the palace. Xia Feng's figure descended from the sky. His black robe was shining brightly, and his face was also filled with shock and grief. But inexplicably, the eyes of the two guards standing in the palace suddenly flashed with a cold, killing intent. Chapter 415. State Preceptor. Who killed Shuang? Xia Feng's eyes were cold, but he wasn't as grief-stricken as Sikong Hui. However, Qiao Yunli didn't say anything. He just stood there silently. The atmosphere in the hall gradually became oppressive, making it hard to breathe. Soon, Emperor Xia, Sikong Yu, and the other god emperors arrived. After all, Qiao Shuang was the state preceptor's granddaughter and the only successor of the Qiao family. Her death would definitely cause a huge storm. In fact, everyone who was related to this matter would probably be sacrificed with their lives. State Preceptor, what's going on? Emperor Xia walked up to Qiao Shuang's body and looked at the red mark on her neck. His eyes narrowed slightly. This morning, someone went to call Shuang for breakfast, but found that she had killed herself in her room. Qiao Yunli's voice was calm, and no one could tell whether he was happy or sad. However, the more he was like this, the more oppressive it was. Even Emperor Xia felt a headache from the anger of a sixth-grade god emperor. She killed herself? Everyone in the hall was stunned. Why would Qiao Shuang kill herself without any reason? She was the successor of the Qiao family and the fiancée of the first prince. Although Qiao Shuang's talent wasn't monstrous, she could be considered a genius in the Great Xia. Why would she kill herself at such a young age? Conspiracy. This smelled like a conspiracy. How is this possible? Xia Feng's heart turned cold for no reason. CK Qiao Shuang couldn't have killed herself because of the shame after I did it with her last night, right? But she was the one who initiated it, and wasn't she very happy when she cheered? Although Xia Feng still felt that last night's experience was unreal, Qiao Shuang's panting didn't seem fake. I heard that someone forced Shuang to dance with you at the Cloud Dream Immortal Tower. Qiao Yunli was in seclusion all year round, so he didn't know about Ling Zhao's identity. Although the servants said that even Emperor Xia had to be humble in front of that mysterious lord. Even so, Qiao Yunli was a sixth-grade god emperor, the backbone of the Great Xia. How could he be afraid of an unknown person? Moreover, if it was in the past, Qiao Yunli wouldn't have offended him. However, if Shuang really died, then no matter who it was, they had to pay the price. Yes, a cold light flickered in Sikong Hui's eyes. It shouldn't be. At that time, Shuang was indeed ashamed and resentful. But when the two of them reached the stone bridge, she had already calmed down and discussed a plan to deal with Xiaofeng. How come in the blink of an eye, emperor in the entire Grand Xia, who can force my grandson to perform a dance? Qiao Yunli turned to look at Xiaofeng, and in front of the first prince, watching his fiancée dance for others? This. Feng, what the hell is going on? Emperor Xia shouted coldly. Could it be that Qiao Shuang was humiliated to death? But who would have such guts? Was there something wrong with Xia Feng's brain? He actually dared to humiliate the grandson of the Grand Preceptor, his own fiancé? Imperial father, it's that lord. Xia Feng gritted his teeth and said softly, "What?" Emperor Xia's expression froze. Even though Ling Xiao had planted a soul imprint on him, his consciousness had not been erased. Therefore, the shock at this moment was real. The panic was also real. Performing a dance for His Excellency. How could that be considered a humiliation? It was obviously the glory of the Qiao clan, but His Excellency had ordered that his identity was not to be revealed. If so, how could he appease the Grand Preceptor? Should he kill him? But this old man was a sixth-stage divine emperor, one stage higher than Emperor Xia. If he were to kill him, the name of the Grand Xia would probably be changed. It was better to return to the palace first and report this matter to Master for him to decide. Oh, Grand Preceptor! Shuang Er's death pained me greatly. When I return to the palace later, I will issue a decree to confer her. Emperor? Before Emperor Xia could finish his sentence, Xiao Yunli had already interrupted him with a hateful voice. My grandson's death is unclear. Emperor, are you not going to uphold justice for my Qiao clan? Buzz. The two great forces were like the collapse of heaven and earth. Instantly, everyone's expression changed, especially the cold glint in Xiao Yunli's eyes. It made people's hearts palpitate for no reason. Uphold justice. Emperor Xia's expression darkened. How would he uphold justice? Do you want the Grand Xia to fall, or do you want me to accompany your granddaughter? F***CK. I, Qiao Yunli, have always served the great Xia dynasty wholeheartedly. I have always been loyal and devoted. I have also expanded our territory and contributed greatly to the great Xia dynasty. Emperor, now that my grandson is dead, shouldn't you capture the culprit and avenge him? Although Qiao Yunli's words were reasonable, they were also words that hurt the emperor's heart. If Emperor Xia did not agree to avenge Qiao Shuang today, the hearts of the officials in the imperial court would definitely be dampened. If the hearts of the people were scattered, it would be difficult to lead the troops. In an instant, the expressions of everyone in the palace changed, especially the two guards who were on duty at night. Their eyes flickered with hesitation. Qiao Shuang's death was very suspicious. However, the culprit was probably not that mysterious lord. Instead, it was when they thought of Qiao Shuang's loneliness and despair when she returned last night and her concern for them. The two guards looked at each other and finally walked into the palace. Lord Grand Preceptor, Murderous intent flowed in Qiao Yunli's eyes. A mighty heavenly might surged out and nearly killed the two guards on the spot. Last night, young Miss was called to the pear garden by the first prince. It seems. What? Hearing this, not only did Qiao Yunli's face tremble, but even Sikong Hui's eyes suddenly surged with murderous intent. Pear garden? The largest in Dragon Fortune City? In the middle of the night? Oh, Feng, or is there such a thing? Surprisingly, Emperor Xia did not feel angry. Instead, he felt a faint joy in his heart. Xia Feng, you really did a good job. If you can use your life to quell the Grand Preceptor's anger, this is simply killing two birds with one stone. Xia Feng's eyes trembled slightly. Don't you dare slander me. We are willing to use our lives to prove that young Miss returned from the pear garden last night. Her clothes were disheveled, and she looked desperate. I'm afraid, Pucci. Before the guard finished speaking, Qiao Yunli suddenly stretched out his hand and directly grabbed him. The soul light in his eyes surged as he directly searched the guard's soul memory. Seeing this, Xia Feng's body trembled. He suddenly clenched his fists. It was obvious that he was prepared to escape. So it's you, Xia Feng, you bastard. Sikong Hui's expression was ferocious. The spiritual light around his body suddenly became dazzling. He took a step forward and angrily rushed toward Xia Feng. Xia Feng did not hesitate at all. He gently raised his hand. The monstrous spiritual light transformed into a seal and fiercely smashed on Sikong Hui's chest. However, what made him feel terrified was that at this time, young Master Sikong seemed to be awe-inspiring and fearless. His figure still appeared in front of him after receiving his seal. In the next moment, he stretched out his hand. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and the clothes on his chest were actually shattered. A stalk of spiritual gold suddenly appeared and protected Xia Feng's chest. A mournful sneer suddenly appeared on Sikong Hui's face. As expected, you are indeed a demon. Shuang, I must have been forced to death by you. It must be. What? Everyone was puzzled. How did Xia Feng become a demon? Emperor Vane, spiritual gold. It was not until Sikong Hui gritted his teeth and said these 4 words that the confusion on everyone's faces quietly froze. Then they looked in the direction of Xia Feng's chest with a look of disbelief. What the F***? CK. Chapter 416. Beep. The destined child is filled with despair and anger. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points. Inside the realm, Ling Xiao heard the system notification, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Damn, the western frontier was truly chaotic. Another devil had actually appeared in the world. But why hasn't the saint's divine envoy appeared yet? Qiu Qinghan was not qualified to be the divine envoy. She was most likely a spy the saint had planted in Xizang. Ling Xiao didn't kill her because he wanted to use her eyes and mouth to lure the real prey. River Feather was dead, and Xia Feng's luck was great. He wouldn't die any time soon. As long as he left some marks on Xia Feng's body, he would be able to find the divine envoy. Great. Do I, Ling Xiao, need to do it personally and go around killing people? As long as I sit here, I will be able to grasp the power of the world in my hands. Do you think I'm really lustful and want to touch Qiao Shuang? I just can't bear to let such a good girl like her be taken advantage of by a bastard like Xiaofeng. What? Then why kill her? I'll use her death to expose true demon Xiaofeng. Only then will I be able to answer to Xia Chuan and his son. Damn! I, Ling Xiao, am loyal and righteous, the light of justice. What? Emperor Vane, immortal gold. The faces of Emperor Xia and the others were instantly filled with astonishment, especially the spiritual flower in Xia Feng's chest. It was really magical. It emitted a dense spiritual glow and created an immortal shadow. At first glance, one could tell that it was no ordinary object. Although no one had seen the real Emperor Vane's spiritual gold before, where did Xiaofeng get such a miraculous item? Moreover, if someone else testified, they might be accused of slander. But Sikong Hui was Xiaofeng's best friend. His words were naturally a little more truthful. It was a match. Everything was a match. He killed the great Zhou's princess, stole her immortal gold, and used the Xia family's inherited martial arts. But how did he escape from the group of great Zhou's god emperors? You're lying. This is not an Emperor Vane immortal gold. This is an immortal herb from the upper realm that Lord gave me. Xia Feng shouted angrily. Compared to forcing Qiao Shuang to her death, the identity of the true demon made him feel even more terrified. Once he carried such a reputation, there would be no place for him in the entire western border, and the saint would never let him go. Sikong Hui, that bastard! How dare they slander him? But how did he know that there was immortal gold in my chest? Wait a minute. Last night, when he was fighting with Qiao Shuang, he must have taken off his clothes. Although what happened after that was a little strange, but it was no longer important. Bitch, are you trying to drag me down with you? How could this be? It was clearly a good game of chess. How did it end up like this? I'm having a mental breakdown. Sir, please show yourself. Only you can prove my innocence now. Pucci, you're dreaming. I've been planning this for so long. Step by step, it's finally time to draw in the net. You want me to prove your innocence. Then, who's going to help me fish for the Saint's Oracle? Myself? No. That's too dangerous. Even though I have the invincible trump card of a Daelord's incarnation, I really don't want to take any risks at all. How dare you? You're about to die, and you still dare to slander, sir. Xia Feng, you've really disappointed me. Emperor Xia's eyes trembled. His heart was filled with disdain. Do you think that by pushing the blame to Sir, you'll be able to survive? Xia Feng, you're so naive. Father, Xia Feng wanted to cry. This immortal gold was given to me by Sir. You're just a bunch of mortals. It's fine if you don't know me. But how can you be so sure that I'm a demon? Until now, Xia Feng had never doubted that the immortal gold in his chest was really the great Zhou dynasty's treasure, the Emperor Vane immortal gold. After all, in his opinion, Sir was a god emperor. Why did he have to go through so much trouble to kill him? Beep. The chosen one blindly trusts the villain. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points. Shut up. Xia Feng, you betrayed the great Xia dynasty. Your crime is unforgivable. You should be killed. Emperor Xia shouted coldly. Golden light appeared in his hand. It turned into a dragon seal and fell on Xia Feng's head. The power of imprisoning heaven and earth caused the latter's expression to change drastically. A talisman in his hand suddenly flashed with golden light. At the same time, the sky demon light around Xia Feng started to flash. It condensed into a black flood dragon shadow and rushed toward Sikong Hun's angry seal. If I don't kill you today, my surname isn't Xia. Beyond redemption. Beyond redemption. I, Xia Feng, have been living in seclusion for 25 years. I've been careful at every step and plotted carefully. In the end, I've been destroyed by you adulterers. It's really a demonic technique. Everyone in the hall was shocked, especially when they saw the evil aura in the flood dragon shadow. They suddenly realized something. As expected, this great Xia dynasty's first prince is really a demon. The dragon seal and the talisman collided. Vast divine power suddenly surged and crushed the entire hall. However, the flood dragon shadow did not land on Sikong Hun. Sikong Yu, who was beside him, clenched his fist and crushed the flood dragon in his hand. Sikong Hun, just you wait. Xia Feng's eyes narrowed. The second talisman in his hand suddenly lit up with golden light, and his figure strangely disappeared on the spot. Damn! It turned out that this was what he relied on to escape from the great Zhou dynasty's emperors. Above the void, Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly, and the smile on his face grew wider. Originally, he was still thinking about how to help Xia Feng without leaving a trace. It would be a pity for a good young man like him to die in Dragon Fortune City. He should go to a wider world and be a diligent, treasure-hunting dog to complete his mission. Of course, Ling Xiao believed that even if he did not make a move, Xia Feng would not die. After all, he still had 2,300 points of providence and was protected by the heavenly Tao. However, he did not expect Xia Feng to escape so easily. Talisman? Interesting. Let's go. Follow him and harvest the ruins that he found. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, a figure immediately rushed out of the realm and rushed out of the city. Ling Xiao had set up a trap on the Emperor Vane's spirit gold. Therefore, no matter where Xia Feng ran to or what he transformed into, he would not be able to escape from Ling Xiao's palm. He would let him jump around for a while and harvest the ruins in the western border. Then he would properly intimidate him and use up his life-saving talisman. At that time, Ling Xiao would descend from the sky with a body full of righteous golden light and kill this demon for the world. Perfect. The plot was full of ups and downs, and the layout was meticulous. Everything was logical. I, Ling Xiao, am worthy of being the best director. I'll arrange the play for you. All you have to do is follow my script and walk until you die. Buzz. Ling Xiao stepped out of the void and appeared in the main hall of the Qiao residence. Above his head there was a faint world. It was filled with immortal clouds, and the image of a dragon was floating. A golden sun was blooming with thousands of rays of light. It was indescribably mysterious and domineering, making people want to submit to it. Even though Qiao Yunli was a 6th grade divine emperor, when he saw the figure that suddenly appeared, his aged eyes were filled with intense shock. Developing a world. What kind of horrifying cultivation method was this? Could it be this person was the mysterious lord that everyone was talking about? Lord! Emperor Xia bowed, his face filled with sincerity. Qiao Yunli and Sikong Yu hesitated for a moment, then bowed as well. What a joke! Emperor Xia was not a fool. If this person did not have a great background, Why would he, the ruler of a dynasty, be so humble? Inexplicably, Qiao Yunli felt that it was fortunate that Shuang did not die because of this person. Otherwise, his Qiao family would really be removed from the Great Xia. Ran away. Ling Zhao's tone was cold. Emperor Xia knelt on the ground with a plop. Lord, I am useless. What the hell? Qiao Yunli and Sikong Yu's expressions changed. They were even more suspicious of Ling Zhao's identity. Was this necessary? What kind of identity did this person have to make the emperor kneel? Suddenly, the two pillars of the Great Xia were in a difficult position. To kneel or not to kneel? Chapter 417. I divined that he wouldn't die here, so I didn't interfere. Everything is predestined and has nothing to do with you. Rise. Ling Xiao said calmly. He raised his head and looked at Qiao Yunli and Sikong Yu. The two of you have decent cultivations. Are you willing to be my slaves? Qiao Yunli and Sikong Yu looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with shock. Be your slaves? Was he so direct? If you are my slaves, you will be able to ascend to the immortal world one day. If you are unwilling, you will die. Boom! Seeing that the two of them were hesitating, a lightning sun appeared above Ling Zhao's head. Perfected laws contained unparalleled power. Although Qiao Yunli and Sikong Yu were god emperors, they had never comprehended any laws. At that moment, hesitation appeared on their faces. Being a slave didn't sound like a good job. However, ascending to the immortal world was something that cultivators yearned for. Could it be that this lord came from the upper realm? How was that possible? No one from the lower realm had ascended to the immortal world for hundreds of years. How did he cross the lower realm and arrive here? My lord, how can we believe your words? Sikong Yu frowned and asked in a deep voice. However, the moment he said that, he saw a gloomy look in Ling Zhao's eyes. Then the world above his head descended and sucked Sikong Yu into it. In the blink of an eye, the two of them disappeared. Only the people in the hall were left looking around in shock. Sikong Yu was in the air. He was dumbfounded. What appeared in front of him was an otherworldly scene. The sun was bright and the sky was blue. Rich qi brushed past his ears like flowing water. But for some indescribable reason, he felt that he seemed to be a little cold. Because at this moment, the white-clothed lord in front of him was looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. There were also several figures with terrifying auras standing around him. Sikong Yu was a fourth-stage god emperor. Although he wasn't the strongest in the western border, he was still considered a tyrant. However, Hua Heng's cultivation had reached the fourth-stage god emperor. Xingxin was at the peak of the fourth-stage god emperor. He was only a step away from the fifth-stage god emperor. Another god king from the Xan clan broke through to the great emperor realm. With the three of them working together and the 9-dragon sky imprisoning array holding them back, a mere Sikong Yu, of course, for the sake of safety, Ling Xiao did not bring Qiao Yunli with him. Only by pressuring them with both grace and power would they be convinced. It doesn't matter if you don't want to be a slave. Then be my nourishment. Sir, who are they? Sikong Yu swallowed hard. They are all my slaves. Ling Xiao smiled faintly as he turned around and headed towards the sky hall. Sir, I am willing to submit. No, I am willing to be your slave. No, I want to be an adult's dog. Woof, woof, woof. Behind him, Sikong Yu howled with a grim voice, whereas Ling Xiao shook his head instead and vanished on the spot without looking back. Not just anyone can be my dog. This is an honor, but it's a pity that you missed it. No, my lord. Boom! Spiritual light began to surge violently as layers of space crumbled. Ling Xiao stood in front of the sky hall and looked at Ning, who was using her spiritual energy to activate the White Lotus, as well as Yi Qingchan, who was beside her giving her pointers. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. The matter of the Great Xia had basically come to an end. Next, he did not plan to head to the Great Qin Empire immediately. Instead, he wanted to release his god of war from the cage. The Great Qin Empire's empress, Qin Wushuang, was known as the Demon Empress after all. Such a person would not easily give up the throne. Xiao Beifo was very strong. His corpse sea-killing Dao was definitely honed from countless massacres. However, when it came to marching and fighting, Ning Tiance was clearly stronger. At that time, he would bring the might of 2 dynasties to the Great Qin Empire. Even if the empress had unparalleled luck and demonic arts, what could she do? Young master, brother, Yi Qingchan and Ning are turned to look at him with joy in their eyes. Yes, Ning, I will go to the Great Zhou Empire in 2 days and rescue your father. At that time, you two will be reunited. Ling Xiao reached out and rubbed Ning Oi's head with a smile on his face. With Ning in his hands, Ning Tiance's weakness would always be under his control. However, if he forced him to stay by his side, it would inevitably cause resentment in the former's heart. How could a person with a heavenly array Dao heart be compared to a fool like Xia Sheng? After a few words of persuasion, Ning was willing to open his soul sea. After all, Ning Tiance was completely convinced. At this time, it would be easier to persuade him with emotions. As for the god of war, he was destined to be a person who valued relationships and loyalty. However, it was a pity that he trusted the wrong person this time. If not for Ling Zhao's instigation, perhaps after many years, Zhou Minmin might have found her conscience. Ling Xiao had seen the regret of the great Zhou princess before her death. Or in the end, Zhou Minmin died of heart disease. Ning and the 9th prince, Xiachuan, happened to come to the great Zhou Empire. The father and daughter reunited. The son-in-law and father-in-law reunited as the god of war, suppressed the 8 dynasties and dominated the Xizang. The ending of the story was perfect, but in the end, it was all Xia Chen's fault. He had to be reborn. If not for him, how could Ling Xiao go to the small dynasty at the border of the Xizang for no reason? How could he meet Ning and know about the existence of Ning Tiance? Even if the latter reunited as the god of war, he was at most a war saber in Ling Xiao's hand. He was no longer the main character of the world. Brother, do you not want Ning anymore? Ning-er's face was filled with grievance. She had never seen Ning Tiance since she was young, although blood was thicker than water between father and daughter. However, Ling Xiao was the one who truly warmed her life. The grief of her mother-in-law's death was still in her heart. Ling Xiao's companionship and love had already made this 12-year-old girl fall in love with him. Although she did not know what love was at this age, it did not affect her desire to stay by her brother's side. Why would I not want you? Ning Tiance is your father after all. If you stay by his side... No, I want to follow brother and sister Qingchan. Ning turned her head and looked at Yi Qingchan with tears in her eyes. Sister Qingchan, didn't you say that brother will never leave me? Are you lying to me? Why would we lie to you? Yi Qingchan smiled and rubbed Ning's head. Young master, all right, if you really want to follow me, you can tell Ning Tiance yourself. Ling Xiao smiled helplessly. When he raised his head, he saw Xing Xin descending from the sky with a figure. At this moment, Si Kongyu had already lost his human form. Ling Xiao gave Yi Qingchan a look. The latter immediately understood and brought Ning into the palace. Master, well done. You can leave now. Ling Xiao casually threw a Qinkuan pouch filled with elixirs to Xing Xin. He walked towards Si Kongyu and slashed out with the immemorial devil blade in his hand. Buzz! Heaven and earth trembled. Great Xia, Count Zhongyi dead. He was 107 years old. Chapter 418. In the main hall of the Grand Tutor's residence. At this moment, Emperor Xia and the others were all standing in place with solemn expressions. They did not dare to leave at all. Ling Xiao and Si Kongyu had suddenly disappeared. It was obvious that the latter's attitude had angered that mysterious lord. However, they did not know how the lord would punish Count Zhongyi of the Great Xia. Plop! Just as everyone was deep in thought, a head suddenly fell from the sky and landed on the ground of the hall. Everyone's expression turned cold. When they looked down again, their eyes instantly widened. Father! Sikong Hui's face turned pale. He looked up at the white-clothed figure descending from the sky. His eyes suddenly surged with despair and death. I'll fight it out with you. Pucci. Ling Xiao did not even look at him. Sikong Hui, who was originally in midair, was suddenly enveloped by a ball of golden flames. In just an instant he was burned to ashes. Oh, Grand Tutor, have you thought about it? Ling Xiao landed and looked at Xiao Yunli with clear eyes. His tone was still calm. I am willing to be the Lord's slave. F***CK. Do I need to F***king think about it? The older a person gets, the more afraid of death he is. Moreover, following this lord might really allow him to ascend to the upper realm one day. Why not? I am not a coward. I wanted to submit to the Lord from the beginning. I was purely subdued by the Lord's righteousness, loyalty, and supreme spirit. Open your heart. Ling Zhao's expression was cold. The soul light in his eyes turned into a seal. Xiao Yunli did not dare to hesitate at all. He allowed the seal to enter his soul sea and turn into shackles. Kill them all. Xia Sheng, gather all the talented youths of the Great Xia in 3 days' time to the palace. Ling Zhao's figure disappeared again. Suddenly, spiritual light flickered around Emperor Xia and Sikong Hui. The entire main hall of the Grand Tutor's residence instantly turned into hell. In front of a barren mountain at the border of the Great Xia, Xia Feng looked at the Ling Jin in his hand with a gloomy expression. There was a faint trace of doubt in his eyes. For some reason, he felt that everything he experienced today was like a conspiracy. But who exactly was it that wanted to plot against him so deliberately? The Empress was the most suspicious. However, as the crown prince of the Great Xia dynasty, it was a humiliation for the entire Great Xia dynasty to be labeled as a demon. Could it be Sikong Hui? But what benefits would he gain by doing so? A strong sense of uneasiness filled Xia Feng's heart. It was as if there was an invisible hand playing with his fate. Moreover, now that he had lost his status as a prince of the Great Xia dynasty, it was impossible for him to enter the secret realm of the Cold Moon Immortal Palace. Unless Xia Feng sighed and looked at the peak of the barren mountain with a deep gaze. The only thing they could do now was to take the few hidden ruins of the western border into their pockets. Then he would find a way to sneak into the Immortal Palace and obtain the identity of a true disciple. At that time, Han Xianzi, do you still remember, the prince of the Great Xia who stood in the corner and looked at you as if you were an immortal? However, just as Xia Feng's figure appeared at the top of the barren mountain and waved his hand to open the door to the ruins in front of him, a fierce shout suddenly came from the void. A divine king grand aura descended from the sky, instantly causing his footsteps to halt. Xia Feng's eyes narrowed. When he looked up, he saw a figure with a ghost mask descending and blocking in front of him. This is the forbidden area of my clan. Trespassers will die. What? Xia Feng's face was filled with surprise. However, he did not dare to stay any longer and turned to walk down the mountain. Damn! Even the setting of the ruins has changed. How much did my rebirth change the world's layout? However, it seems that my influence is still quite big. When Xia Feng's figure disappeared, the divine king sneered. He was even more respectful of his master now. My lord, you are indeed a master of foresight. Wherever Xia Feng goes, ancient ruins will appear. 2 days in a row. No matter where Xia Feng went, a divine king would appear and chase him away. Moreover, he did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the divine king who stopped him seemed to be the same person. Damn! Is someone following me on purpose? Suddenly, Xia Feng felt the soles of his feet turn cold, and his body trembled for a moment. Then the spirit talisman in his hand flashed with golden light. Whoosh! Xia Feng's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was thousands of miles away. Even so, he still seemed to be worried. He took off his python robe and hesitated for a moment. Then he suddenly stretched out his hand and used the law of Tao to cut his face into countless bloody scars. It seems that I can only sneak into the cold moon's celestial palace and change my identity temporarily. Humph! Great Xia, one day I will return. At that time, I will make all of you kneel at my feet. Beep. The chosen one is afraid and destroyed his own face. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 300 luck points and 3,000 villain points. Within the realm, Ling Xiao heard the system notification, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. He had to admit that Xia Feng was really shameless. In order to survive, he did not even care about his face. However, the more he acted like this, the more it proved that he was hiding an even bigger secret in his heart. In other words, a rebirth model like him must know what was going to happen in the western border next. The reason he was so patient was probably because he was waiting for an opportunity that could increase his strength greatly and make a comeback. In his previous life, if he had really died in Yi Shiyun's hands, it was obvious that the opportunity did not belong to him alone. Therefore, Ling Xiao was not worried that Xia Feng would secretly become stronger. He only needed to wait patiently. Xia Feng would eventually bring him more surprises. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, the news that the great Xia prince Xia Feng was actually a true demon had already spread. Countless dynasties issued orders to kill Xia Feng on sight. Suddenly, the situation in the western border changed. There was a vague feeling that a storm was coming. Meanwhile, the great Qi dynasty, which had its second prince killed, issued a war order to the great Xia dynasty because of River Feather. They demanded compensation from the great Xia dynasty, but the great Xia dynasty refused. Now that Yi Shiyun was here, the great Xia dynasty was confident that even if the other 7 dynasties came to attack, the great Xia dynasty would still be able to capture them all. As for Ling Xiao, he stayed in the realm and patiently taught Ning cultivation. He drank wine with Yi Qingchan and talked about life goals. At noon on the 3rd day, Ling Xiao appeared in the main hall of the Great Xia Palace. The Great Xia dynasties, people had been waiting for a long time. Lord, the young geniuses you wanted are all outside. The Great Xia dynasty's emperor bowed with a humble expression. In order to gather the geniuses of the Great Xia dynasty, he had already issued a decree according to Ling Xiao's instructions. The winner of the competition in the palace would be able to obtain great fortune. This way, whether it was the geniuses of the aristocratic clans or the monstrous geniuses of the wilderness, they would all come on their own to compete. Ling Xiao nodded and walked to the front of the palace. He looked at the thousands of youths standing in the plaza. After all, Xia Feng had escaped, and the great Xia dynasty's emperor and the others had been implanted with a soul imprint. At this moment, Ling Xiao no longer concealed his appearance. With his appearance, the entire plaza fell silent for a moment. Immediately after, a burst of discussion broke out. Which prince is this? From the looks of it, to be able to stand here, he must be either a relative of the emperor or a relative of the emperor. However, just as the crowd was guessing Ling Xiao's identity, the great Xia dynasty's emperor walked out from behind and respectfully bowed to Ling Xiao. Lord, will the competition begin now? The prodigies who were about to bow and greet him were all dumbfounded at this moment. Lord, the ruler of the great Xia dynasty actually called that young man Lord. Hiss. Chapter 419. This place is too small. Follow me. Ling Xiao smiled sinisterly and waved his hand. The realm gate appeared above his head, and the prodigy's eyes were filled with shock and horror. Is this the entrance to the mystic realm? Is the grand competition a treasure hunt in the mystic realm? Good fortune. This is our good fortune. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ling Xiao looked at Emperor Xia calmly and said coldly, "Inform the Grand Tutor to lead the troops and follow me to the borders tomorrow." "Yes, my lord." Ling Xiao's figure disappeared on the spot, and the originally bustling square instantly became empty. Thousands of heaven's favorites stood on a vast plain in the middle of the world. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. Several figures stood quietly on the plain, and the spiritual light around them formed a formation that sealed the area. The void rippled. Ling Xiao stood on top of the sky and said softly, "Let's begin. The 100 people who survive in one day can become my slaves." What? The expressions of all the geniuses changed drastically upon hearing this. Is this a grand competition? What happened to the promised heavenly fortune? Are you sure this isn't a demon sect disciple selection? I want to go home. Let me out. I withdraw from the competition. I withdraw from the competition. If you don't kill, you can only be killed. Ling Xiao shook his head and sneered. He stretched out his finger and slashed. A sharp sword light tore through the clouds and fell toward the crowd. Dozens of youths turned into blood mist, and their heads were separated from their bodies. Gulp. Suddenly, spiritual light flickered between heaven and earth, and the smell of blood permeated the air. Ling Xiao didn't even look at the crowd. He walked toward a spiritual mountain in the distance. Since he was selecting people with good fortune, he didn't have the time to look at them one by one. He wanted them to kill each other. The ones who survived in the end were either powerful, tenacious, or had good fortune. Only then would he be qualified to be nurtured. While subduing experts, he could also train a group of fated death warriors. Only then would the Sky Demon Palace truly reappear in the world. Dragon Fortune City, Dream Cloud Restaurant. The white-clothed Qiu Qinghan was sitting by the window, drinking a pot of hot wine. At this moment, her eyes were filled with confusion. Another true demon had appeared. It was in the Grand Xia Empire again. Was it a coincidence, or was someone purposely making things suspicious? It had been 300 years since the Shenzhou continent had last seen a trace of the demon. But now, in just a few days, 2 devils had appeared in the Great Xia dynasty. There was a problem. It seemed that he had to inform that lord to come over. One day passed in the blink of an eye. Within the realm, Ling Xiao stood in the air with his hands behind his back, looking down at the blood-soaked ground below. A black saber fell from the sky and stabbed into the ground. Then a frightening scene appeared. The originally dried blood and scattered limbs suddenly began to surge, eventually turning into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood that drowned the black saber. There were less than 100 geniuses of Great Xia who were still alive. Among them, there were more than a dozen who were seriously injured and on the verge of death. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He extended his finger, which turned into an unparalleled sharpness, and sent those who were on the verge of death into the cycle of reincarnation. Very good. Now you will become the Sky Demon Palace's first batch of secret guards stacked shadow. Master! The void trembled, and stacked shadow's figure appeared. At this moment, she was already a 3rd-stage God King. I'll leave these people to you. Take a wisp of their soul consciousness and train them into sacrificial warriors. With that, Ling Xiao lowered his head and selected 10 people who carried providence among the 83 geniuses of the Great Xia dynasty. Follow me. Although they carried providence, it was still only 100 or 200. These people couldn't become the main characters of the world, but they still had providence, and their comprehension and talent were considered good. 2 of them had even comprehended the 5 elemental Tao laws. One was the fire Tao law, and the other was the water Tao law. Unfortunately, they were only comprehending, and there was no point in devouring them. Now, the geniuses were no longer as arrogant as before. All of them lowered their heads like slaves. In the depths of the realm, in a green mountain valley, Before they got close, they could smell the fragrance of herbs. Ling Xiao led the 10 young men into the valley, and they immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. It's the 100-color Ganoderma. This is the divine snow lotus. Oh my God, this valley is full of spiritual treasures. Rich spiritual qi and the fragrance of herbs filled the sky. In the middle of the valley, a young man in a black robe was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. He seemed to be surrounded by celestial clouds. His hands were crossed in front of him, and a celestial tablet was shining with golden light. It was the mortal who was imprisoned by Ling Xiao, the son of destiny, Han Zhan. As if sensing Ling Xiao's aura, Han Zhan opened his eyes, took a step forward, and bowed deeply to Ling Xiao. Master, these 10 people will follow you in the future and take care of the heavenly halls, herb garden. Split the imprint in your soul sea into 10 and plant it in their soul seas. Ling Xiao said indifferently, This is the heavenly hall's divine medicine. Follow him and plant the herbs well. You can receive resources for cultivation every month. Yes, now that Ling Xiao had planted a soul imprint in Han Zhan, there was no way he could resist. The soul light in his eyes flickered and disappeared into the eyes of the 10 people. A faint feeling rose from the bottom of Ling Xiao's heart. It was obvious that these 10 people had become his servants. At this point, the trip to the Great Xia had come to a successful end. He had killed a heaven's mandate and released a treasure-seeking go. Now that he had taken the blame, no one should notice him in the short term. Since that was the case, it was time to rescue that good brother from the cage. At the border of the Great Xia, this place was adjacent to the northern border of the Great Zhou dynasty, the southern region of the Great Qi dynasty, and the eastern wilderness of the Great Qin dynasty. However, today, the flying dragon city at the border of the Great Xia dynasty was rather lively. The flying dragon city lord, the general of the Great Xia dynasty, Li Kuo, stood on the city wall in his silver armor and looked in the direction of the imperial capital. Beside him, the generals of the Great Xia dynasty stood quietly, as if they were waiting for something. Have you heard? This time, the Grand Tutor personally led an army to the border and said that he wants to attack the Great Zhou dynasty. Why attack the Great Zhou dynasty? I heard that it's because the Great Zhou Emperor slandered the Great Xia dynasty for having demons. Slandered? Isn't the Great Xia dynasty a demon? Didn't the first prince and the prince consort disappear after turning into demons? Sure. Keep quiet. Do you want to die? Damn you. Didn't you say it first? In the border city, countless soldiers were waiting in formation with solemn expressions. Suddenly, the sound of wind breaking could be heard in the distant sky. On the ground, there were also tens of thousands of horses galloping. Everyone's eyes narrowed fiercely. Above the void, a figure slowly walked over. His gray robe fluttered, and there seemed to be a terrifying spiritual power that evolved into black and yellow. At first, he was in the sky, but he only took one step to reach the city wall. All kinds of strange phenomena were floating around him, and the vast emperor's power shook the whole universe. It was the Grand Tutor of the Great Xia dynasty, the #1 expert of the dynasty, the 6th grade divine emperor, Qiao Yunli. Welcome, Grand Tutor. All the soldiers in the city bowed their heads. Even the general of the city, Li Kuo, a 2nd grade divine emperor, bowed deeply with respect in his eyes. However, what surprised everyone was that Qiao Yunli did not descend from the sky. Instead, he stood quietly on the ground, as if he was waiting for someone else. What could it be that the emperor has personally led the army into battle? Chapter 420. Suddenly, a demonic aura swept across the sky. All the soldiers in the flying dragon city were shocked to see a golden carriage with 9 dragons flying through the sky and stopping beside Qiao Yunli. On the carriage, a handsome young man in a white robe was holding a jade cup and sipping wine. In his arms, he was holding a young lady in green. But that young lady hissed. so beautiful. Her face was like a painting. Her eyebrows were lazy and her deep eyes were cold. She was like a snow woman who had accidentally entered the human world. But this was the border a bloody battlefield. Those standing in the city were all hot-blooded soldiers who wanted to protect their country. Where did this young man come from? How could he make the state preceptor bow down to him? Could he be the illegitimate son of the emperor who came here to train and accumulate military merits so that he could be conferred a title? What happened in the capital of the great Xia dynasty had already spread to the western border. However, everyone kept their mouths shut about Ling Zhao's identity. Therefore, even Li Kuo had a trace of doubt on his face. But no matter what, this young man must have a great background to be able to make a 6th-grade divine emperor bow down to him. "Welcome, my lord." Xiao Yunli bowed and didn't get up. Ling Xiao nodded indifferently. He walked down from the carriage and glanced at the soldiers in the city. "Prepare to attack the great Zhou dynasty." "What?" Li Kuo and the others looked at each other. F***CK. Do you know how to march and fight? You didn't even discuss the battle plan, and you just rashly sent out the troops? Are you deaf? This lord has the dragon talisman in his hand. He is the most powerful person in the great Xia dynasty, above the imperial power. Go and prepare. Xiao Yunli shouted coldly. His Majesty shook the sky. Li Kuo and the others were even more puzzled. They couldn't help but guess. Most powerful person? Above the imperial power? Could it be this person is the emperor's father? Inexplicably, everyone's eyes were filled with fear and excitement. Yes, even the state preceptor, who was a 6th-grade divine emperor, had to serve him respectfully. This young man's strength must be above his. Marching, planning, and strategies were all child's play in front of absolute strength. No. This was a blitz battle. Taking them by surprise, not giving great Zhou time to prepare. Now that the state preceptor and his excellency had just arrived at the border, outsiders would definitely not know. At this moment, he was leading an army to battle. Wonderful! Dong, dong, dong! The war drums rang out, and the flying dragon city was filled with the sound of iron hooves stomping on the ground. Even the generals of the other dynasties were standing on the city wall with their mouths agape as they looked over. Was great Xia courting death? The prince's horse turned into a demon, and the emperor stole the court. The current great Xia was already swaying in the wind and rain, yet they still dared to take the initiative to send out troops. However, for some inexplicable reason, everyone felt a trace of unease in their hearts. Who were they going to hit? Only when Xiao Yunli took the lead and led the 3 defending generals of Great Xia to the borders of Great Xia did the northern region boil with excitement. Was the Great Xia declaring war on the Great Zhou Empire? Northern border impregnable pass. Heavenly Strategy City. Originally, this city wasn't called this name, but after Ning Tiance became a god, the name was changed to Tiance. The city wall that pierced into the clouds had long been dyed pitch black by the blood. At this moment, on top of the city wall, the 5 generals stood side by side as they looked into the distance. Over there, thousands of soldiers were pressing down on them. Their pitch-black armor was as ferocious as a flood, causing one to tremble in fear. "General, we just received news that the Great Xia's imperial advisor, Xiao Yunli, led 10,000 Iron Wolf cavalry and arrived today. He immediately led his troops out of the city and rushed towards Heavenly Strategy City." Behind the 5 generals, a spy came to report. Humph! Great Xia must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts to actually take the initiative to invade. The leader had a stocky build and a square face with thick eyebrows. His aura was that of a rank 4 martial emperor. After Ning Tiance was summoned back to the capital, the nominal commander of the northern region was General Zhang Liao, who came from the capital. However, in reality, in the hearts of the thousands of soldiers in the northern region, this general was the soul of heavenly strategy. He was also the most loyal subordinate of the god of war. Ning Tiance General Yuan Fei, the divine wood mantra, who once built a huge wooden prison with his own strength and killed 30,000 Iron Wolf cavalry. He became famous after that battle. After Ning Tiance left, he led the army of the northern region to defend Heavenly Strategy City to the death. Qiao Yunli actually came personally. At this moment, Yuan Fei's face was also solemn. In the end, the commander was the most important thing when the dynasty went on an expedition. The army could gather the strength of 10,000 people into one general. However, if the general's strength was not enough, how could he break through the army of 1,000 and stop the might of 10,000 Iron Wolf cavalry? Although Qiao Yunli did not comprehend the mantra, his strength was already at rank 6. Although Yuan Fei was not afraid of him, he could not gain the upper hand in a head-on confrontation. Moreover, the dynasty had not sent any food to the army for a year. The morale of the northern region had dropped to the bottom. It was not in line with the way of war to go to war. General, what should we do? Defend Heavenly Strategy City to the death. I don't believe that they can break through our impregnable fortress. Yuan Fei snorted coldly and his eyes were solemn. If the god of war was here, they would not need to hide. As long as the god of war gave the order, who would dare to invade the border? Unfortunately, in the blink of an eye, he had left for more than 10 years. Ningxin, I wonder if you have missed the time when you were in the capital? Report. Just as Yuan Fei was sighing inwardly, a figure came from the city and bowed. General Yuan Fei, the commander, has given the order to open the city and fight. What? Yuan Fei's eyes were wide open. His spiritual aura was so strong that it almost shattered the void. He hated that Zhang Liao never cared about the lives of the northern region's soldiers. He was helpless. Of course, Emperor Zhou did this on purpose. His purpose was to erase the reverence the generals had for Ning Tiance. In the past 10 years, the northern region's millions of soldiers had died. Not only did the dynasty not reward them, but they also embezzled the army's food again and again. However, the god of war was still in the imperial capital. They did not dare to act rashly. Tell Commander Zhang that we cannot fight this war. Yuan Fei took a deep breath. His eyes suddenly calmed down. If the city gate was opened and the great Zhou dynasty accepted the war, the northern region might fall today. Qiao Yunli alone could defeat 2 emperor gods. Li Kuo and the others could kill the remaining 2 emperor realm generals in the northern region. At that time, they would lose their lives and reputation. Of course, since they followed Ning Tiance, Yuan Fei and the others had already given their lives to the battlefield. However, to the generals watching their people being slaughtered for no reason, this feeling was extraordinary shame. General. Beside Yuan Fei, the generals looked ferocious. Obviously, they could not bear this humiliation. Zhang Liao did not care about the lives of the northern region's soldiers at all. Can't fight? General Yuan Fei, let me give you a piece of advice. This is a military order. Are you going to defy the military order? The person stood up with a disdainful look on his face. I dare not. However, I am the defending general of the northern region. Although I am under Commander Zhang's command, I have the responsibility of guarding the border. If we fight this war, the great Zhou dynasty will definitely lose. May I ask if Commander Zhang can bear the responsibility of losing the city? Yuan Fei gritted his teeth. His eyes were burning with fire. There seemed to be an ancient tree behind him that revealed endless mysteries. After 10 years of suppression, he seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Ha ha ha! General Yuan Fei, you are wrong. Chapter 421. Just as Yuan Fei and the others were furious, a terrifying aura suddenly came from the center of the city. It soon arrived above their heads. The person who came was wearing a blue and black official robe. He looked arrogant, and his pale face had a hint of mockery. He was also an Emperor God expert, a second-stage Emperor God. Commander Zhang. Yuan Fei and the others bowed. but the coldness in their eyes could not be concealed. "General Yuan Fei, why do you always boost the morale of others and diminish our own? We have millions of soldiers in the north. There are 100,000 elite soldiers in this city alone. Why should we be afraid of the great Xia?" Zhang Liao sneered sinisterly. He was ordered to come here to suppress the soldiers of the north. The more they died, the more they would understand the kindness of the emperor. As for the great Xia, it was just a declining dynasty. What was there to be afraid of? Besides, the great Xia attacked us first. If we retreat, we will lose the prestige of the great Zhou dynasty. I will personally lead the army against the enemy. All of you will be my deputies and follow me out of the city to fight the enemy. Yes, sir. Yuan Fei and the other sighed. They had no choice but to obey military orders. Moreover, Zhang Liao had volunteered to fight. If they hesitated, it would affect the morale of the army. The north had reached a dead end. Boom! There was a large army in the Heavenly Strategy City. There were 100,000 of them, and they looked majestic. Although these ordinary soldiers were mostly at the Grand Harmony and Hollow Spirit levels, they were still very powerful. When they gathered together, they caused the void to tremble and the sky to change color. The two armies faced each other at the foot of the city wall. The commanders of both sides stood in front of the army and looked at each other coldly. However, what confused the great Zhou generals was that the one standing in front of the great Xia army was not the imperial preceptor Qiao Yunli, but a handsome young man in a white robe. The young man was wearing a starry robe that shone brightly. Although his aura was only at the level of a god general, he had a cold arrogance that looked down on everyone. Qiao Yunli Li Kuo and the other god emperors of the great Xia dynasty stood respectfully 3 feet behind him, as if he was their leader. Who is that young man? Zhang Liao frowned as he turned to look at Yuan Fei and asked in a deep voice. I don't know. Humph. Great Xia actually dared to humiliate my imperial court by sending a god general as the commander. They are simply seeking death. Whoever manages to behead that young man in this battle, I will definitely report this to the imperial court and ask for a reward. Zhang Liao shouted softly, but inexplicably, when he saw the young man's black eyes looking at him, he felt an inexplicable fear. That person is Zhang Liao? In front of the great Xia army, Ling Xiao stood indifferently with a calm expression. These were Ning Tian's supporters. Unfortunately, the decade-long depression had caused this once invincible and iron-blooded combat master to lose all of its former dignity, especially the person standing in front of the army. At first glance, one could tell that he was a treacherous person. He did not fit in with the rest of the generals. That's right. My lord, that man is Zhang Liao, the commander of the army sent by the great Zhou dynasty to replace Ning Tian's in the north. It is said that this person is Empress Zhou's younger brother, a second-stage god emperor. He is a cowardly and sinister person, and he has never personally participated in the war in the north. Li Kuo reported softly while Ling Xiao nodded with a smile. Killing Empress Zhou's younger brother was enough to infuriate Emperor Zhou, right? Today we are not attacking the city. We are only here to kill Zhang Liao. After finishing his words, Ling Xiao suddenly waved his hand. Behind him, the army rushed forward. Qiao Yunli and the others became the vanguard and charged towards Zhang Liao furiously. Humph, good timing. You guys hold Qiao Yunli and the others back. I will find an opportunity to kill the enemy commander. Zhang Liao shouted coldly. Instead of advancing, he retreated and hid behind the crowd. Humph! Yuan Fei and the others snorted. Spiritual light surged around their bodies and turned into iron-blooded momentum. They charged towards Qiao Yunli and the others. Boom! The vast spiritual might turned into lightning and raging wind. A storm was coming. The entire world turned gloomy for no reason. Young master, Yi Qingchan stood beside Ling Xiao. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. especially when the two armies clashed. The murderous aura that filled the world made the girl's heart turn cold. Panic surged in her eyes. If you don't like it, you can return to the world first. Ling Xiao turned his head with a gentle gaze. Yi Qingchan only shook her head with a smile. The last trace of struggle in her eyes gradually disappeared. Last time, when young master killed Yuan Yu's 3,000 disciples, she only watched from the side. Now that she finally had the chance to kill the enemy with him, how could she retreat so easily? Moreover, young master's action was to save Ning Tiance. It was a righteous action, since she wanted to fight side by side with him, who couldn't be killed in this world. Let's go. Let's go meet that Commander Zhang Liao. Ling Xiao grinned and stepped forward. The shadow of a dragon instantly followed him and turned into 100 feet long dragon. Roar! The ear-piercing roar shook the world. The two armies that were originally engaged in battle turned their heads to look at him with fearful gazes. Although most of the war horses in the army had demonic veins, in front of a true dragon, their hooves went soft and they fell to the ground. In the sky, the shadow of a demonic dragon meandered. In the middle of its head, a white-clothed youth stood with his hands behind his back. He was like a god of the 9 heavens, arrogant and unparalleled. Although these people are Ning Tiance's confidants, if I don't kill them, Emperor Zhou won't be afraid. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. The black saber in his hand suddenly emitted a monstrous light. As the saber slashed down, the 8 laws evolved. Heaven and earth seemed to fall silent at this moment. 100 feet long saber light descended like the Milky Way and instantly fell towards the great Zhou army. No, Yuan Fei and the others were furious. However, they were blocked by Qiao Yunli. They could only watch as the saber light pierced through the void and chopped thousands of soldiers into minced meat. The thick smell of blood rolled like waves. The entire Heavenly Strategy City was covered in blood and broken limbs. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao's eyes were still calm and even contained a hint of joy. He could feel that the ripple in the primordial demonic blade was becoming clearer. It was obvious that after slaughtering thousands of lives, this ancient blade that could slay immortals and Buddhas was slowly awakening. In a corner of the battlefield, Yi Qingchan waved her jade-like hand and frost seemed to spread around her. In just half a breath's time, the land within 100 feet radius turned into an ice domain. The great Zhou army that couldn't react in time were instantly frozen into ice sculptures and shattered upon contact. At the back of the crowd, Zhang Liao's face was already pale when he saw the figure riding on the dragon. Although he was a god emperor, his cultivation base was forcefully raised by elixirs. His combat strength was extremely low, especially at this moment when Ling Xiao slaughtered thousands of people with a saber. It made him lose all will to fight. He only wanted to quickly retreat back to the city and curl up to defend. Retreat! Retreat! Clang! Clang! The sound of the gong echoed for thousands of miles. The eyes of Yuan Fei and the others dimmed. In the end, they didn't dare to stay and rushed back into the city. However, what surprised everyone was that although Qiao Yunli and the others chased after them, they didn't kill anymore. Instead, they directly passed by the soldiers and rushed toward Zhang Liao. "Protect our commander!" Yuan Fei shouted angrily and formed a seal with both hands. Below the city wall, the ground suddenly collapsed. 100 feet of divine wood pierced through the clouds and blocked Qiao Yunli's figure. Vast divine power swept across the land and covered all directions. At this moment, Zhang Liao had already fled to the city wall and looked back with a frightened gaze. Damn it, are these people of the Great Xia crazy? They actually want to kill me. Commander, don't worry. General Yuan Fei's divine wood prison is very powerful. I have never seen anyone who can break it. Beside him, a northern region, General bowed and smiled. However, just as he finished speaking, the 100-meter-long demonic dragon in the distance suddenly opened its bloody mouth in anger and bit down on the 1,000-meter-long divine tree. Chapter 4:22. Boom! A foul wind blew in all directions. The dragon's roar reverberated through the sky, stirring up a sea of clouds. Everyone looked at the demonic dragon that had swallowed the divine with heavenly prison. Their eyes were filled with fear. This was especially true for Zhang Liao, who felt a chill run down from the top of his head to the bottom of his feet. What is this? It can even swallow the divine power of Tao laws? However, before Zhang Liao could feel fear, Qiao Yunli and the others descended from the sky and surrounded him on the city wall. Qiao Yunli, I'm Empress Zhou's brother. If you dare to kill me, Great Zhou will annihilate the great Xia dynasty. At the moment of life and death, Zhang Liao showed his villainous side and shouted angrily, Empress Zhou? Soon, I'll send her down and let you two reunite. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and flew over on his dragon. His figure stood proudly in midair as he looked down at the people below him. Kill! Then, before Zhang Liao could refute, Qiao Yunli's eyes flashed. He took a step forward, and the spiritual light in his hand turned into a seal. It covered the sky and covered the entire heavenly planned city. The terrifying aura crushed the surroundings, and the endless spiritual power instantly destroyed the city wall. The void collapsed, and countless spatial cracks swept across with the spiritual seal. The full power of a sixth-grade divine emperor's attack was shocking. No. Yuan Fei and the others cried out in pain and sorrow. However, it was too late for them to stop him. They could only grit their teeth and lead the defeated soldiers to escape. Great Xia dynasty came with great momentum. Not only was Imperial Preceptor Qiao Yunli powerful, but there was also a person who was riding a dragon. The young man's cultivation was not high, but his methods and temperament were terrifying. Obviously, he was a variable. Heavenly Planned City was the most majestic city in the north and the first border of Great Zhou. Once the city was destroyed, there would be 7 more city passes. However, it was too late. It was too late. Boom! The spiritual seal fell from the sky. It crushed the entire Heavenly Planned City. Countless guards in the city did not even have time to scream before they were turned into ashes. Ling Xiao lowered his head and looked calmly at the fleeing generals of the great Zhou dynasty. The Heavenly Strategy City had already been breached. Zhang Liao had died tragically, and tens of thousands of soldiers had died under a single seal. If this matter was not enough to infuriate Emperor Zhou, and he sent Ning Tiance to lead the army, it was likely that this Emperor Zhou did not want his country anymore. Although there were millions of soldiers in the northern region, they were all Ning Tiance's trusted subordinates. No matter who the imperial court sent to lead the troops, it was likely that they would not be able to truly make the generals submit. Only Ning Tiance, the return of the god of war, would be able to raise the morale of the army. They would unite against a common enemy and defeat the Xia dynasty. However, you're just an ant standing on the second level. What you see is only the first level's barrenness. The estrangement of the monarch and his ministers was already the beginning of the dynasty's collapse. My lord, why don't we pursue the victory and break through the 7 passes of the great Zhou dynasty? Li Kuo and the others stood beside Ling Xiao, their eyes filled with joy. Heavenly Planned City, today the most majestic fortress in the great Zhou Empire's borders, was finally breached. In the past 20 years, there was no one who did not fear the mention of the heavenly policy in this border area. The name of the god of war caused the 8 dynasties to tremble in fear, not to mention attacking the heavenly policy city. Just the sight of this fortress was enough to make everyone feel fear. However, no one expected that in today's battle, not only did the experts of the great Xia dynasty kill the #1 commander of the great Zhou Empire's borders, they even uprooted the entire fortress. From now on, the great Zhou dynasty no longer had a heavenly policy. All of you, set up camp here. Ling Xiao coldly glanced at Li Kuo. Then he carried Yi Qingqian and chased after Yuan Fei and the others. Imperial tutor, my lord is... Li Kuo and the others were stunned. Their eyes were filled with shock, although their lord was somewhat impressive just now. However, he chased after tens of thousands of enemies alone. Was he going to send their heads back? My lord's methods are not something you can fathom. However, what shocked everyone was that Qiao Yunli only snorted coldly. Then his figure also disappeared from the spot. It was only after everyone had left that a golden-robed figure gradually appeared in the distance. It can't be wrong that aura beside him. Qiu Qinghan frowned slightly. She did not seem to understand. My lord, the person you're looking for. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. To be able to conceal his aura so easily in front of Qiao Yunli, a 6th grade divine emperor, this person's cultivation is at the border of Great Zhou, in front of a steep mountain path. Yuan Fei and the other generals of Great Zhou stood in silence. Behind them, the remaining tens of thousands of soldiers hung their heads in dejection. Their eyes were dull. Today, the faith in their hearts had been shattered. Although they had suffered defeats over the years, they had never been slaughtered like stray dogs like today, especially when the Heavenly Policy City Pass was destroyed by a single seal. This made them feel even more despaired and vexed. General, what should we do now? All the generals looked at Yuan Fei with desolate expressions. They were not afraid of death. However, they did not want to die in such a cowardly manner. Although Qiao Yunli had displayed his invincible might in today's battle, he had fought against 2 great Zhou god emperors by himself and caused Great Zhou to be utterly defeated. However, the young man with Yulong was the main reason why Heavenly Policy City was destroyed. Yuan Fei relied on the divine Wu Dao law. He was confident that even a 6th grade divine emperor would not be able to escape from the divine prison easily. However, fear flashed across Yuan Fei's eyes when he thought of the ferocious, demonic dragon. How could it be? When did such a terrifying young man appear in Great Xia? He rode on a real dragon and commanded the heavens and earth. Why was such a demonic figure not famous in the western border? Roar! Before Yuan Fei could think further, a dragon's roar suddenly resounded in the sky. The void shook and the heavens and earth lost their color. All the soldiers of Great Zhou looked up in despair and fear. In the next moment, their expressions froze. At this moment, Ling Xiao stood on the dragon's head with his hands behind his back. His face was handsome, and there seemed to be stars shining around him. He looked like a deity. However, he seemed to have chased after them alone. Could it be that he ran too fast? F***CK. I suspect that you are looking down on our great Zhou god emperors. However, since Yuan Fei did not move, no one dared to act rashly. How could a person with Yulong be so careless? Since he dared to come here alone, he must have something to rely on. Who exactly are you? The armor on Yuan Fei's body lit up. Obviously, he was on guard. From now on, I want all the soldiers of the northern region to flee to the south and pretend to be defeated. Open the city gates and welcome me in. Ling Xiao stepped out and landed in front of Yuan Fei and the others. For a moment, the soldiers of Great Zhou saw a trace of the god of war's shadow in him. The same arrogance and indifference. The same strategizing. My life is the mandate of heaven. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Just do as I say. But welcome you into the city. Although the Emperor of Great Zhou doesn't think highly of us and even makes things difficult for us, we are all soldiers of Great Zhou. How can we betray the dynasty? You, who do you think you are? Welcome you into the city? You want to slaughter the soldiers of Great Zhou. Haha, your god of war doesn't care about you anymore. What's the point of you living? Ling Xiao shook his head and sneered. However, he was pondering. He was testing whether these people were still in awe of Ning Tians. You can insult me, but you can't insult my general. Die! Yuan Fei, who was hesitating, suddenly shouted. Even though he was feeling uneasy, he still pulled out his saber and dashed toward Ling Xiao. The space buzzed and blood qi shook the sky. Divine trees that were hundreds of feet long rose from the ground and shattered the entire mountain range. The Tao sound resounded and the sky collapsed. Obviously, Yuan Fei had used all his strength in this attack.